is Good evening and welcome to the 11th meeting of fiscal year 2026 for the Milton Planning Board. At this time, I would like to call the meeting to order and begin by introducing the members of the board and our staff.
Cheryl Tagayas, Secretary.
Sean Fahey, member.
Maggie Oldfield, member.
Jim Davis, member.
And Meredith Hall, serving as chair. And with us this evening, our staff members. We have our director,
Liz Manning.
and Avanti, if you'd introduce yourself.
Avante, Assistant Director.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. And so with that, we will begin with our administrative items. We do not have any new minutes ready to approve, so we'll move to our future meeting dates. Currently, we have our next scheduled meeting, and I'd like to confirm this, that we have said we are meeting on the 29th is our next meeting. Is that what we had?
Yes.
Okay, we had agreed to that. All right. And then following that, we'll be in our February regularly scheduled meeting, February 12th. So those will be our upcoming dates, 29th and 12th. And Liz, we can start with, go to you with your staff update.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, so the first item on the staff update is the FY27 budget and related items. So I've got a couple of bullet points under that section. We continue to wait on a decision from the Affordable Housing Trust for funding for the housing production plan. So that weighs on, existing funding and what we're asking for in the upcoming fiscal year, waiting on that decision. I just wanted to put it out there that the board will need to discuss encumbering and for what purpose the current $50,000 that's in the FY26 budget for planning studies. Avanti has been working to get pricing from Horsley and Witten to hopefully wrap the open space and recreation plan. He's going to take over in a bit, if that's okay, with the chair, just to kind of update you guys on the on that effort. $40,000 for recodification is still in the mix for the planning board for FY27, in addition to the typical $50,000 for planning studies. And as of this time, the admin position has not been posted. There is still some continuing discussion about the possibility of CPC funding support for that role, potentially, possibly. That's sort of the latest I've heard on that one. I know I shared that federal funding application from the South Shore Home Consortium for 648 Canton Ave. That details about the numbers of affordable units and what have you have been provided. I haven't had a chance to review the application yet. Once I do and I get some more guidance from the folks, the consortium leader, who's the housing manager over in Quincy, I'll have a better understanding of kind of like what the right next steps are.
Okay.
So I was able to get to the Boston to Blue Hills, the Blue Hills Parkway Project community meeting, which was tonight from 5:30. It's probably still going on right now. They had a great turnout, 50, 60 people at least. So they're looking at some changes to the stretch from Brook Road to Canton Ave. They had a bunch of different scenarios that they were looking at for added, like a shared path and widening sidewalks and et cetera. So their goal is to increase the accessibility into the Blue Hills from that direction. So there was a slide deck and some more information, so I can share that with you guys for the next meeting. And I will turn it over for the open space update.
Yeah.
Hey,
thanks, Liz. Yeah. So Liz and I, we've been getting up to speed on the open space and recreation plan. We've been reviewing the materials that our consultant Craig from Horsley Witten sent to us over in November. So kind of from that process, we've learned about some of the outstanding items that are remaining to finish up the plan. Those items include finishing up the inventory gaps and maps, also doing that enhanced outreach to environmental justice communities, that's a requirement, and then also finishing up the ADA and transition plan. So we met with Nick Milano in December to discuss the outstanding items related to the ADA self-evaluation and transition plan. He said he would get administrative documents related to that plan over to Craig, and would also look into some of those inventory gaps. Yesterday, we did actually meet with Craig, Liz and I, to coordinate next steps for the open space and recreation plan. He's looking into some of our questions we've sent over to him in December and January. Much of them are connected to just kind of the main question of what would be the cost for finishing up the plan. I know there's definitely more than one party that is curious about that.
Yeah.
So he is working on that and said he'd get back to us. In the meantime, I plan to look into the inventory gaps some more and also help with wrapping up the ADA self-evaluation and transition plan. Once a budget is received, Liz and I plan to share that with the board as well as with Nick and with the Open Space and Recreation Planning Committee. I think the last point I'll make is we also hope to coordinate with the efforts going on with the recreational master plan that's going on right now. I know there's like a survey that's out there. So, you know, try to connect those two projects to the extent practical while not delaying the efforts of the open space and recreation plan. So, yeah, that's the update.
That's great. And while you were talking about looking at some of the gaps for the parcel identification, when we had last met, it was my understanding that the parcel list was going to be sent over to the Conservation Commission for them to also review and look at, you know, see if there's anything that they might be aware of that they could fill in to help out on that. So I don't know if you want to check with Craig on that, if that ever happened. So I don't know if the Conservation Commission has had a chance to review those.
Right. Yeah. I can definitely check with Craig on that. Yeah, I know I was looking into some of the questions that he had related to some of the like conservation sites. So just hoping to address those as well. But yeah, no, that's a good
Great.
point.
Good. All right. Yeah, because there was a land transfer, and some of those went into the Wildlands Trust, you know, some from the Milton Land Trust. So things sort of got moved or newly identified.
Yeah, if I may, I made a little bit of contact today with Steve Ives for the first time.
Okay.
So inviting him to a project review meeting next week. But so yeah, there was a little bit of homework required, I think, before reaching out to some of these different folks about what's already been collected and sort of what's in the file. And the conversation with Craig yesterday was really helpful because I was concerned that the inventory was lacking, you know, a lot of information, but I think he's more prioritizing just the locations and not getting too tied up in some of the additional types of information like the condition and whether or not it was acquired under a certain type of, you know, process, whether or not, you know, is there a plan for, like, some of that stuff would be terrific to have, but we're really trying to balance just getting it wrapped up and getting it done so that we don't hold up the you know, the funding for some of these other projects that people are looking to do. So,
Right.
okay,
Right.
so helpful.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay. So with that, we can look to see if there's anyone on public comment, anyone in the public here, or anyone on Zoom. You can raise your hand on Zoom if you would have anything you'd like to comment on.
Let me see what I've got here. Attendees. I don't see any raised hands.
Okay. All right, great, thank you. Then we can move on to item number 4, the MBTA community zoning, an update from the economic feasibility analysis from MAPC. Are they on Zoom joining us?
So no, they weren't.
Okay.
I
So-
didn't ask them to come this
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that we all received it. We've all had a chance to review it. Did anyone have any questions on it? I thought it was a well done.
I was just wondering if we are going to receive a copy of the spreadsheet that's referenced in Appendix 4. Did the financial pro forma?
Okay. Okay.
And-
Excellent question.
Yeah, because, that's really where it shows that those rate of return and the other return on cost, that's where that calculation shows up.
Okay.
So I think it would be helpful or useful to have or to see. It doesn't have to be a functioning Excel if they don't want to have us have the formulas and everything, but at least a PDF of it,
Okay.
I think would be helpful
Okay.
in the record. And then, their last meeting, they gave us those scenario options. Can they provide us with a memo that documents those? The presentation, there were some people who reached out to me who were interested in this topic on the agenda. What are you going to be talking about? And I referred them to the presentation on the website.
Yeah.
But I really think to understand it, you had to watch the meeting. And I don't think, it's as reasonable. People just don't necessarily want to spend a few hours watching a meeting. And if they can kind of get a synopsis in a document. So I just think it would be helpful to have it just for future reference if the Affordable Housing Trust or others want to talk about some other percentages or some other AMIs at some point, that we have that documented.
Yeah. No, absolutely, for sure.
And I did talk to Liz a little bit, and just wanted to talk to the board because I think if this is something that we find to be acceptable and adding in that, that pro forma, that we could possibly tonight take a vote to endorse sending that to, or taking the next step to
Yeah.
submitting it to HLC, so that we have it documented that what is in our bylaw is actually.
Right, exactly. Yeah, and I think I was probably, I was trending on the side of trying to move this faster in hoping that, that the, having this consensus around, the feasibility study, demonstrates that this is something that can be done and that, that the town can move forward with the 15% requirement so that if projects do come forward, sooner rather than later, that we're in a good position to be requiring that 15%. I was trying to, understand as well, even as recently as like yesterday, kind of just exactly, is this the document that goes directly almost to the state, sort of in this form, obviously with the compliance model attached? My understanding is that they were probably waiting for us to give them like the 100% green light before that full sort of package was assembled for the state. So if we've erred on the side of trying to go too quickly, we can definitely circle back and get that additional documentation. Or if folks are comfortable that their analysis has demonstrated that again that this is that the language that's in the bylaw existing makes forward, it puts the town in good position to to be requiring that higher level of affordability for these projects, then a vote could be taken this evening.
And then not to say that in the future, I think we should look at, if it's less than 8 units, do we want some sort of a, payment?
Yeah, I'm fine with moving forward with submitting this. I had asked, I think at the last meeting, whether the Select Board and the Affordable Housing Trust had seen it, been aware of it, and weighed in on it. One thing I would say is that since it is consistent with the zoning that's already passed, that I think having that be blessed by HLC is good. But I also think that backup memo that I just requested and this and the pro forma should be circulated to the Affordable Housing Trust and the Select Board, and in fact even town meeting, because it's town meeting that, or at least town meeting members can get an email saying here it is, it's a link to it on the website if you're interested in reviewing it, because I do think it's something as people look at these affordability challenges that as they look at the 40B projects. As we look at these, the Affordable Housing Trust, we're getting an application for buying down affordability to less than 80% AMI as these home fund requests come in. I do think this conversation about whether everything's at 80% AMI is a conversation that should be had. And I do think it's broader than just this board, so I just want to make sure I continue to put that out there. But as far as submitting this to kind of to get the backup into
Right.
HLC,
That's what-
I'm fine with that, yeah.
Liz, can you talk a little bit about 648 and 652 Canton Ave? Because this document that's been prepared reflects a different number than what we're now seeing in the email that you sent to us.
Right.
That's a big change. That's 56 less units if what was in the email that you sent.
So the 116.
And could I ask a
Oh, yeah,
second
yeah,
question?
yeah, definitely.
I'm unfamiliar with the entity that they're applying to, and I'm unfamiliar with the different levels of AMI that they're referring to. Can you talk a little bit about that too?
Sure, I'd have to pull that stuff up to know, but I mean, essentially, my understanding is they're looking to get go through the LIHTC program, which is Low Income Housing Tax Credit Program. So there are different levels of affordability that are required, I believe. I'm definitely not an expert in this area. I might look towards
That's okay.
look
Yeah.
towards our town council. So based on the program, there are different requirements for different levels of affordability. So it really depends on like the financing package, and I haven't really looked at it that carefully yet. But different, so 30% of AMI, I think there's 50% of AMI in there and 30%, and then some of the units, I believe, are they at 60?
Yeah, 50,
So
30,
none of them
60 and an 80. I think.
30, 50, 60, and 80. So 12 units at 30, 4 units at 50, 33 units at 60, 11 units at 80.
Right, so 100, so I believe that the project that was approved by the Board of Appeals was 116 units total, that was my understanding. I haven't had a ton of time to like really get that familiar with all of the 40B projects yet, but that's my understanding. And so I was under the impression that the project was going to be 100% affordable, but I may not be correct in that. There could be that some of the units might be market rate. I honestly don't know.
Yeah.
But that's a good point about that recent development section in here. We kind of went back and forth with the folks at MAPC about that. Essentially, their conclusion there was that the level of development that's been proposed in the town sort of indicates that these projects can handle the affordable units as part of the whole picture. And so getting into sort of like really getting into the weeds around, 56 units is not in the weeds, I get it. So if 56 units are intended to be market rate, then that might be something that needs to be kind of looked at a little bit more carefully, potentially. But I honestly don't know exactly what that project is. It's so brand new that this change has come through. I don't know the totality of the project. The 648.
The 60 units is brand new? Is
Right.
that what you're referring to? It was brand new. Yeah, I didn't realize that there was a program out there that made 30% of AMI as a threshold. I mean, I guess I'm probably most familiar with what we hear, which is 80%. That's the most common threshold that I'm familiar with. But
So that would be like extremely low income?
right, so there would be 12 units. Again, this is the email that you would send, 12 units at 30% AMI, and 4 units at 50, 33 units at 60. So significantly different than what the 116, was originally proposed to be.
Right.
Yeah, I checked in with the chair of the ZBA, Kathleen O'Donnell, a couple of weeks ago to see if a new application had been filed with the ZBA for a different project. Because they also had reached out to the Affordable Housing Trust or the Mass Historic Commission had reached out to the, sorry, not the Affordable Housing Trust, that's a separate thing, but the
Mass Historic
two,
had reached
both
out
had
to
been reached out to, right,
Milton Historical
about
Commission,
a different project
saying that
than
they
what's
were
been
going to preserve
approved.
the original house. In the letter that Steve O'Donnell received from Mass Historic, said, now,
So, yeah,
they'll
so
be
it looks
preserving
Sorry.
the main existing house.
So it looks like they're pursuing funding for a project that is different than what the ZBA approved. So at some point, they'd have to come to the ZBA with that different project, presumably. And what they had said to the Mass Historic Commission was that it was a phase one, that the 60 units was a phase one, and that they still had a phase two, which brought them to 116. So, but they haven't filed anything with the town other than a funding request to the Affordable Housing Trust and a funding request for the home
So
program.
did Tamboni come forth to Milton and explain what they were doing, or did you just learn this?
So there was a phone call, probably, I think I had it in my staff report last month or a meeting ago or so. There was a phone call to talk about the fact that they wanted to come forward with a home application. So they were trying to understand the process. But in terms of any specifics on like the affordability levels and the kind of what the project was going to look like, there was nothing available in that phone call. So I just sort of passed that information along, that I knew that they were interested in applying for home funding. And I know we had a conversation about the fact that they had already come to I believe to the CPC looking for funding from the town. And then they were referred to the Affordable Housing Trust from the CPC. I didn't have an opportunity to see if anything was filed, if it was just a conversation with those committees, or if something was actually filed, like an application. I'm not sure. I didn't get that far with it. So it's just, it's just taking it in and trying to understand exactly what's in the application.
There's a history to this site, this parcel, and 116 is only a recent iteration. There's a previous iteration that was over 300.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
Okay.
where it started.
Okay.
So,
But they approved 116, right? The 40B was approved for 116?
I believe so, but I believe, I was under the impression that this project is in litigation.
My understanding
so.
is there's still issues with the Conservation Commission. I don't know, honest to goodness, don't know much beyond that.
Yeah, it wasn't the town, it was neighbors, I thought, that were litigating.
It was both, because there was the Conservation Commission issued a denial for the order of conditions, so the Tamposi's appealed that, and so DEP sided basically with Tamposi, and then there was an appeal, the town appealed that, the town and residents appealed that, and then there was a recommendation for a decision to the commissioner, I think, and that was, I think, issued in December. So the select board had on an agenda an executive session to talk about whether there was going to be an appeal to that. I don't know where that stands with the select board on an appeal, if that decision has now been issued or made, and whether a decision's been made to whether to appeal that. So that's Concom.
So
piece of it.
separately, is the neighbor litigation still ongoing?
I thought that was a land court issue, like an easement for the driveway and using that private road.
So the land court decision about using Mergewood Lane was issued, and the question is whether Tamposi will appeal that, but the court decided that the Tamposis didn't have the right to use that
Really?
lane. So there's, I don't know whether Tamposi's appealed that.
So without that, this won't go forward?
So they would need to, my understanding is without that, they would need to go back and amend their application, because the fire chief would need to weigh in on that site plan without the second means of access.
And
Gotcha.
was it the town that filed that, or was it the neighbors that filed that?
That one was neighbors.
So they were denied the use of that lane, which prevents them probably from the size and scale that they originally planned. or even the 116? Would it prevent them from building 116?
I don't know if it prevents them, but at a minimum, the plan would need to be reviewed to see if it poses any safety concerns for the fire chief, I think, was the issue because of the distance in and the number of units.
Yeah.
And the movability, maneuverability on site without being able, only maneuvering within parking lots.
Okay. So maybe this is part of an anticipated strategy that if they can't accommodate the concerns that the fire department has, you go a different direction with a smaller quantity of units. I don't know. Yeah, I don't mean to, but where the document, the MAPC document reflected 116, and this potentially could make it 56 less. Since it's a big number, 56 is. I just thought I'd ask the question.
And also just to take note, the 711 40B, 711 Randolph Ave, that's 90 units. That does not have a second egress. And that was approved, and that's a very, very tight site.
Yeah.
And even getting a fire truck in there is extremely difficult. Not to hijack it, I went to an emergency preparedness meeting last week, and they discussed a little bit how difficult that site is. And so that's why I'm questioning.
Well, that
It doesn't need
yeah,
a second.
so that one, Maggie, the town had great concerns about that
Yeah.
and kept getting overruled all the way up to the state Supreme Court, right?
Yeah.
So there was a lot of concern about that. I looked at those plans carefully and looked at the presentations. I wasn't a part of the ZBA, that reviewed it, but I do remember that the town had a lot of concerns about that,
Yeah,
and others as well.
yeah, it's
It's tight.
a very tight site.
Can't be tighter than the memory clinic.
Yeah,
It is
I know it
actually
is.
because of the wetlands there.
Yeah.
It
very-
is.
yeah.
It's really pinned in.
Both of them are very,
They're both
You can
pinned
get a fire
in,
truck
but
into the memory clinic.
yeah,
So
yeah.
just
Yeah,
to bring us, sorry.
was
Yeah,
just
so
gonna say-
bring-
It sounds like
yeah, back to this. So
those are
my-
all good questions.
Yeah, so my other question is, so I support this feasibility study. I think we should kind of get it wrapped up if we can, just because it is what was approved at town meeting. But I do wonder if we can ever even amend our the MBTA zoning at all to go down to six units. Because in their, in MAPC's narrative, it says that most municipalities in the state set their policy threshold between 6 and 10. So we are right in the middle at 8, but it might be benefit to us if we can reduce it to 6 if that's possible. And question is also, did they ever do a modeling of slightly higher than 15%, like 17%, or like Boston? Or did we just cap it at 15%? Because if there's enough wiggle room to get, a percentage point more or two more, that would help us. Because I think the whole goal we talked about was just to meet our 10%. And every unit helps. And so I don't know if there's a future possibility of changing this a little bit.
I think we could always go back and ask them. It
Yeah.
would be just another budget cycle to funding
Yeah.
cycle that we'd have to allocate funds to have them revisit it. But I think
we have funding in this current fiscal year, so it
Yeah.
seems like while the data's fresh and it's the same set of data,
Yeah.
you wait 6 months, the data could be different and could be a different set of data. Yeah, I do think could be part of that supplemental package that I was talking about, which, recapped the last meeting, which is if you did less than 80% AMI, you would do less than 15%, the kind of different scenarios. So that would just kind of be a more complete summary of the different options. And dropping it down to 6, I think, is another one that I agree with, having as many options there as possible
Yeah.
for people who, want to consider, whether it's the planning board or others who want to consider a change.
Right. And that also could be funded maybe by the Affordable Housing Trust as well. That,
If we don't use our funds, but
Definitely eligible.
I think once we'll know, because obviously we need to update our SHI, our housing inventory, and have that consultant get started. So once we know who's going to be funding that, I think we'll know
For the housing production plan.
the housing production plan what would be available.
yeah, I really think we need to see if we can't get some action on that sooner rather than later. And if they're not going to fund it, then we should, because
Yeah.
we're vulnerable without it.
Yeah, agreed.
And so,
Yeah.
So in that housing production plan, so in the intro, they stated that the town of Milton does not have a townwide inclusionary zoning policy. So would that policy be within the housing production plan, or is it a
It's zoning.
separate?
it's like a zoning,
It could be a recommendation. It could be a recommendation in that
could be,
plan
right.
to adopt a townwide.
It was in the last one.
Ordinance.
It's been in other plans to do it,
Yeah.
just hasn't been taken up.
That consultant, I don't believe would be writing zoning like that. I mean, potentially, I could talk to her about it. And we also have town council to help us with that as well.
Okay. So I think we're all in agreement to take the next steps.
So is that within their scope? I'm sorry, just
That's right.
to finish that
Yeah.
discussion. So is it within the budget that we have for them right now?
To do that memo,
Right.
I could talk to them about it. I mean, I think that memo is a written summary of the slide deck.
Yeah,
They
it adds a little
that
commentary.
that they presented to us at the last meeting. So, I mean, I believe they've already done all of the analysis on all the different scenarios and have all the conclusions and the sort of trade-offs and the whatnot. So I would imagine that would be pretty straightforward for them to do. But if we do have to add a little money to the contract, I'm sure we can also do that as well.
So the memo and the pro forma.
Right, and the pro forma is 1,000% required by the state.
Yeah.
So, and apologies for not having that tonight. And again, maybe we should have waited 2 more weeks and we'd have the pro forma too.
Yeah.
I imagine they have it. It's the justification for what they put in this report,
They
so I
must.
don't think it's.
Yeah, I think it was just, I think they were working really, really hard to meet our deadline
Yeah, I
of
see.
this meeting. And there was a new staff person that took over, which is why some of the recent development data was not necessarily as tight as we may have wanted it to be. We were sort of back and forth a little bit on that. So there's been there were some hiccups, but I think again, hopefully the primary goal is to get this on the books and to be able to require the 15% if and when a project goes
So
in.
are they comfortable that this is complete to their satisfaction at MAPC with the new staff person and whomever approves what gets released? Because, in order to meet our deadline of tonight, if there's going to be something flagged by HLC, I'd rather take 2 more weeks and get it buttoned up. So I just want to ask that question.
My understanding is that this is the summary of their efforts, and it's there potentially could be some small tweaks. Like I definitely would probably want to go back and tweak that number on 648 Canton, for instance, and if that triggers something in their model. But again, the conversation we had around the recent development was that it was more of kind of an understanding of what the market could bear.
So let me go
Right.
back to that question about Kent now. Did they include that as the approved ZBA project or as this project that they've submitted with the home funding
So
and
the 116 is the approved ZBA project.
Yeah,
And
so that's what should be in the report.
That's what I was
Right,
going to say.
right.
Yeah.
And so today, I don't think we know ultimately how many affordable units are going to be in that project. I don't know the answer to that. I mean, is it 60 units and it's only one phase? Is it still 160?
But the only approved project that they have is the 116 with the 25%.
With the 25%
At
affordable?
80%. So I don't
Okay,
think we should
okay.
include anything but that.
But
Because
what's
that's
been
the only
approved?
approved project.
That's a very fair point.
Along those lines, will you ask them why they didn't include the East Milton, the residences at East Milton Square that's going up? That's not in here, which I thought was kind of strange.
It is in there, it's just it's called out something.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
Oh, it is?
For Franklin.
440?
No, Fort Franklin.
It's in there.
Yeah, for Franklin's, the 92 units?
Why did I miss that?
Well, does it sound like, I mean, I don't think it hurts to wait 2 weeks to just to get the confirmation that this is what we want to.
Absolutely. Yeah.
This is a final draft before we share it with the select board, before we
Yeah,
widely
absolutely.
circulate it, just
Yep.
make sure it's in final form.
Well, it gives time for
I think it's fine,
the select
personally.
board and the Affordable Housing Trust to give it a review, see if they have any questions, because then they can just get the final.
It has been,
Oh,
we
okay, great.
circulated the slide deck, we circulated the,
Excellent.
we circulated the transcript of the meeting. This analysis has been circulated. So everyone's got everything at this point. And I'm sort of,
Great,
stuff
thank
has
you.
been circulating and I haven't really gotten anything back. So we'll continue to follow up.
Yeah, maybe like the Affordable Housing Trust meets once a month, select board, I think they just met this week, right? So,
Liz, I have
They
one
may
more
need time.
question on
Yeah.
this. The table indicates that, again, back to 648, 652, that there's a
Yeah.
total units of 116.
Yep.
That same table indicates that the affordable units in that particular development is 116.
Right, and that, I'm going to defer back to what Cheryl suggested, which is let's just stick with what the zoning board approved, not sort of this moving target where
Yeah.
we're trying to understand this
Yeah,
phase
okay.
one recommendation, what have you. So
this
that would
needs-
get,
This should be amended then.
that will be amended,
Yeah,
right.
okay.
So it'll
I
be,
just
it'll
wanna
be the
make
25% of 116, whatever that number is.
Yeah, yeah.
And at the 80% AMI,
Okay.
which is, as far as I understand, the current approved comprehensive permit for the project.
Do you have any idea why they reflected 116 affordable? Was that just an error?
Honestly, I provided that information based on that phone call
Oh.
where they were talking about the LIHTC program and they were
Oh.
talking about changing the affordability levels, wanting to go back to the South Shore Home Consortium. So
understand.
that could be,
I understand.
that's a,
Yep.
yeah.
But if they're all rentals, if it's all rentals, then maybe all
They got
116,
confused.
it gets put on our SHI.
We get credit for having.
But on the financial
Yeah.
side, it's what we're looking at is the financial
financial,
side.
yeah.
Yeah,
And they're
it's-
getting
yeah.
the market rate on those units, even though we're getting the credit on the SHI. So it's not the same.
But I don't think that's true anyway, because
Yeah.
all but 2 projects are rental. In all of these projects.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Ice
that's
House
right,
and
yes.
440
yeah,
are,
Are the only owner.
Yeah,
everything else is rental.
yeah.
Where's Fort Franklin mentioned in here? Can you guys find it? Because
Page 5, I believe.
on page 5?
Page 5, the bottom table.
Yeah, it's a second project. 92 units, 23 affordable units.
You know what, Jim, I don't have it on mine either.
I don't see it on mine.
Oh, the bottom of page 5?
Yeah, I
Recent
don't have it.
development,
Oh.
it jumps on to page
Oh,
6.
you know
Yeah.
what, guys? There were 2 versions.
Oh, there you go.
I sent
All
a
right, I'm not going crazy.
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
have it on mine either.
Yeah,
I did see
there was-
it. I did, yeah.
Yeah, there was.
Happens to me a lot.
There were 2 versions, and that was
cool.
a section, that was a section that we went back and forth on. So, okay. All right.
Yeah, that's,
I only
Yeah,
opened the
thanks.
second one.
that's
Good. I
Yeah, there was a first draft and then an
don't know
amended.
if I got the second one.
Yeah.
I probably did.
All right, so let's just hold off till, our next meeting, just to do a final vote. We'll just clarify that there's no other tweaks or changes, so.
Sounds good.
Okay, very good.
Good, all right, thank you. All right, so next, we can move to our town council updates. We can invite Carolyn Murray to join us, and if you would also, Michael, like to join us also. And I know we have John Zikowitz maybe for a few more minutes. I don't know if he had to sign off.
I think he may have had to sign off, yeah.
Okay.
much.
Oh, thank you, yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
And we can follow up with questions that we have for him later. All right, welcome. Thank you for joining us tonight, Carolyn and Michael. We really appreciate it. And we have our update. We looked at the site plan review of the rules and regs, which was shared. And I know you were circulating some final. We have a final draft of that now for our rules and regs. So really tonight, I think we didn't formally vote on that, I believe, though.
No.
But let's, for the purpose, because we can do that afterwards, but maybe we'll move to going through the site plan first,
Sure.
if that's good.
Sure, for the rules and regulations. So Carolyn had reviewed my sort of new attempt at this, which was to kind of strike through the existing sections that are already in place in the board's rules and regulations to make it very clear what was coming out and sort of what was going in its place. So we worked together, and I think Carolyn maybe had just a couple of minor tweaks on this latest version. Around, certification from the town clerk, I think, was one of the sections where she had like a little bit of wordsmithing there under 11.1.7. The language was amended to address the issue of project review fees, because that was a big conversation last time around, making sure that that staff can quickly get somebody on board if they need to. So some of that language has been amended as well, and I think Carolyn did some wordsmithing, a little bit of wordsmithing there maybe. I'm not 100% on that one. But did you want to go through and just sort of?
I certainly can. For the record, Carolyn Murray from KP Law, your town council, and nice to be back with you, or to meet some of you for the first time this evening. When we were meeting back in December, we had gone through a draft of these regulations at that time, and I think we'd even gone through my email that just kind of identified a few of the concerns or things that were maybe some inconsistencies or issues that we should make sure we clarify. I went through all of Liz's revisions. Everything was incorporated. As Liz just mentioned, really only in 11.7 and 11.8, there were a few more, I would agree, just wordsmithing changes, but nothing of any substance. There might also have been one further change in 11.110, just to make it clear about the appeal process. But other than that, I think the regulations comply with the suggestions as we discussed at our last meeting.
Great.
So there's some sections that are highlighted in yellow. Is there something being flagged for us there, or why are those highlighted in yellow?
So those were the sections that I amended based on the conversation at the last meeting. So I was highlighting that back to Carolyn, so she
I
knew
see.
that I had already, I took a swing at incorporating all of her recommendations and got that back to her and flagged it that way. And then
Okay.
she came back with those sort of, kind of a couple of minor tweaks.
Great, thank you.
Any other
I
questions?
just have a
from
quickie on
anybody?
11.2.6, which is existing conditions survey and regarding looking at the trees 30 feet on adjacent properties. And I was just thinking, what if you can't get onto the adjacent property? Should we put something in there that just says an estimate from the subject property is okay, or is that not even necessary?
I think that actually might be in the zoning. So
We put that-
changing that might require a zoning change.
No.
Remember, we put
All right.
that in because if you're doing a lot of earthwork right up to the property line, you can impact your neighbors.
No, I know why it's there. I have
Trees,
no
yeah.
problem with it. I'm just saying, if you need to get an accurate count by going on your neighbor's property and they won't let you, what do you do? I mean, a good faith estimate from your property line should be okay, but do we have to document that? That's all. I understand why it's there.
I think it is in our bylaw. I think it's in the zoning. So that's-
One thing I would say, Jim, is surveyors don't normally dimension where the trees are, so I think they're a graphic representation of approximately where those trees are.
Okay.
I don't think that, it's not like the property line's level of accuracy.
Okay, so,
my experience.
all right. Then I'm good.
And I would think the abutter would, I don't know why an abutter would not if the goal is
Oh,
to
yeah, I don't either.
protect
Yeah.
their trees.
No, I understand, but I'm just saying, if
Yeah.
there was an issue where the abutter wouldn't let you on the
Right,
property to
yeah.
look, what do you do? That's all.
I think you could ask for a waiver from some of the plan contents, right?
There's opportunity for a waiver request.
Yeah, yeah.
Waiver, first they can use a
So
drone.
I think I'm pretty sure that an applicant could request a waiver from an item, and the board would have the
Okay.
the authority to grant that. I can double check that to be certain, but
No, if you guys don't think it's a concern, then I
I'm pretty
don't
sure
want to pursue
we
it. I'm
put
just,
that in because there's also things that we covered soups to nuts, a lot of information, and we anticipated not every project would require everything,
Yeah.
right?
yeah, I remember the waiver part too. Good, all right.
Anyone else? Then I would entertain a motion to accept,
To approve these?
to approve the site plan review of our rules and regulations, yeah.
I'll make a motion to approve the updated rules and regulations as presented to us for tonight's meeting.
Is there a
Second, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Nice.
Okay. Next, we can now begin looking, and Carolyn, I just want to say thank you so much for going through this and just trying to,
Corral it a little bit.
corral it a little. That's perfectly well said. And Michael, thank you for, joining us tonight in your review. If we want to just sort of walk through some of the things, recommendations, questions that you had.
Sure.
And we can sort of go just page by page, I think, on,
If I could,
You are-
just to sort of, a couple of comments before we go through it.
Sure.
Because I know, even though it's now half the length of what it was previously, it's still a pretty dense bylaw. When we met in December, you mentioned that you had this draft that had previously been provided, and they felt it was overly technical, and you wanted it simplified.
Right.
So I certainly tried to do that as best as I could. But looking at that draft, we certainly do whittle down the definitions. I didn't think it was necessary to define every single term that was used, especially when they seem to have a common understanding. Like, I think we know what a roof sign is, or a wall sign, for example. We're certainly repealing the existing provisions of the zoning bylaw and then replacing it. The substantive changes really start to begin like around page 4 of my draft. Some of the changes are also sort of reorganizing it, because it seems that we went from, exempt and prohibited to application procedures. To me, if I were somebody who was picking up the bylaw and wanted to know right off the bat, does my particular sign require a permit, and if so, what kind of permit? I think I'd rather see the long list of exemptions right up front rather than, midway between. But there's still a lot of questions to be answered. And I want to emphasize, I drafted this with an eye towards giving you a tool to go forward. This is your bylaw. This is not Carolyn Murray's bylaw. It is the town of Milton's bylaw. I will rearrange the chairs any way you want them rearranged. But I do think that there are some things that really need to be addressed in terms of, there was this whole section that was proposed in the July draft about existing signs and pre-existing signs, and even something that tended to suggest that we wanted signs that existed that did not comply with this bylaw to be removed. I don't know if that was a conscious
No.
decision of this board, and I'm seeing some heads shake. So I took that text out because I think most of you would understand if a sign was lawfully existing prior to our adoption of the bylaw, it's allowed to continue to exist. We might be able to limit changes to the bylaw, and I did retain language to that effect in here. But I was not going to lead us down a path of sending Michael in particular out there to send out all these enforcement letters and say, all of you have 60 days to remove your signs, because that would really create quite an uprising. There's also the whole, when we get to the site plan, the sign review committee, there's a little discrepancy between what the sign review committee does under your present bylaw, which is limited to looking at signs in the business district. The July draft looked to expand that to all signs. Again, I don't know if that was intentional or not, so something I think would be a policy decision for this board to make. And then there's a whole section about special permit findings. But what struck me was, I don't see any signs under which we would actually be issuing special permits. There's the ones that are exempt, the ones that are prohibited, and then we go through a laundry list of the types of signs and sizes of signs that would be allowed in either the residential or the business districts. The special permit section seems to be sort of a mixture between, if you were a pre-existing non-conforming sign and you wanted to make an alteration, yes, you would go to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a special permit to change that sign. But then it starts to go into what sounds to me like variance language, that you could actually seek, if you're denied a permit by the building commissioner, or if you want to do something that the bylaw doesn't allow, you could seek a special permit. Again, we can talk about that, but I don't know if that was a conscious decision of this board to want to do that. So I think those are sort of the areas that, at least as we go through this, I think those are the ones that might require a little bit more consideration on the board's part. But I'm happy to go through section by section. I know Liz was suggesting sort of a side-by-side comparison of the July version versus my January 9th version. We can certainly try that. I don't know if that might be helpful or even more confusing, but I'm happy to go through. I have a very highly annotated version of my January 9th draft that I can certainly go through and flag some of the issues for folks, however you want to proceed.
Can I just ask about the very first billboard sign definition?
I have the same question, I think. Good, yeah.
A freestanding off premises. Billboards can be rooftop, they can be pedestal, but what is off premises?
So that's sort of a term that is commonly used to describe billboard signs, as distinguished from an on-premises sign. Typically means that the sign is advertising or alerting you to something that occurs on the same lot.
I see, yeah.
Versus a billboard is usually just pure advertising.
Yeah, I think that may be the case, but I think it's going to be confusing for people to read. And I also think freestanding, because there's a lot of billboards that are mounted on roofs of buildings.
Okay.
And because we have the highway, cutting through, you can see where people could make a lot of money with the billboard on their rooftop, right? I mean, that's one of the things that you see.
And that's one of the
places.
We have an existing billboard on a rooftop right now, and we can talk more about that, but that is one of the items that every time there's a new business owner that comes in who takes over the lease, they want to put up a new sign with new graphics and have their business, advertised. The sign review committee always denies it because it's not allowed, and then I don't even know if they appeal it or if they just end up putting the sign up. But we basically haven't had any teeth to do anything about it. Maybe that's something that the way we're drafting this, even though it's a new business coming in, creating a new sign, that they would be grandfathered in. And that's
People have leased that building just to have a sign on it, right? At least part of that building to put a sign on.
And there've been great businesses.
Really
it's just, yeah.
Well, one thing we also have to remember too is Since signs are an expression of free speech, we can regulate the time, place, and manner. You know, we can say they have to be set back so many feet from a property line, they can't interfere with, traffic or sight distances or create a public safety issue. We don't regulate the content of the sign. We do, to a certain extent, get into the height of lettering. We certainly talk about illumination. But if somebody wanted to put up a sign and we didn't particularly agree with the message, let's say, we don't get to regulate that.
Right, yeah.
So if you've got, that roof sign on top of that business, and let's say it was once a liquor store, and then it became a convenience store, if it is truly a pre-existing non-conforming sign, even though we may not allow roof signs anymore, it's still allowed to stay there. And they can continually replace the name of the business on it. But if they ever wanted to suddenly replace it, we might be able to, apply the current bylaw a little bit more than if they're just, repainting, refacing, redesigning, or changing out the name of the business.
Okay. Good. So that with the, and we did have an issue with the billboard, because this is all, we're attempting to clean up a lot of the issues, the ongoing things that we've had. And we did have a billboard that was on the premises of a Granite Avenue, 2 Granite Ave, and it was very controversial, and the town fought it, the select board, it ended up not going forward. But that was an on-premise billboard.
Carolyn, if I understand you correctly, and I have a question, but first I want to make sure I understand you correctly. Off-premise has nothing to do with where the sign is. Off-premise, the way you described it, has to do with what's being advertised or marketed is not in the particular property, right?
Right.
Okay.
And maybe,
So if I could just finish with my question. So why even include off-premise? Because it really doesn't matter to us, does it?
If we just don't want, if we
Just,
say no billboards.
The billboard sign, by definition, couldn't we just say a freestanding sign larger than 50 square feet? Because if off-premise doesn't do anything to benefit us, then it probably does just what...
Right.
It's very confusing, because an awful lot of people think of off-premise as those words might be understood by most people as a location of a sign, not necessarily the definition that you gave to us earlier. So if it doesn't help us, but you wrote it in for a reason.
well, to be honest, it was in the prior draft. I didn't really have an issue with it because I've seen the off-premises language used in other bylaws, but I don't disagree with you. It is a little misleading when you hear the feedback that this could be defined better,
Yeah.
and we could certainly do that.
So Mike-
Or it could just be any sign greater than a particular size.
Yeah.
We don't care whether you are,
Priest.
the dry cleaning sign on the side of the dry cleaning business, or you are the outdoor advertising billboard on the side of Route 3.
Right.
Either way, we don't want signs larger than a particular square footage, and that, that's another way to capture them.
Yeah, I think what you said earlier in terms of your review, getting rid of redundancies and duplication of language is really important, and getting rid of any language that might be confusing and not
Okay.
helpful. We should just move it out.
So you suggested freestanding and,
Well, I just think freestanding is too limiting. I think of billboards as the rooftop ones, like on 93, when you're going in, they've got that one where there's a whole superstructure on top of the roof just to support the billboard that's up there, because probably for wind load and everything else with the size of that sign, that's not freestanding. It's attached to the building.
What if we said any sign larger than 50 square feet of sign panel?
and just taking
And
out,
50
yeah.
may not be the magic number, but certainly if we reach a certain threshold where we say anything beyond that size.
That probably makes sense, because it would capture whether it's attached to the face of a building, whether it's on a structure extending up on the top of the building, whether it's on the ground, actually, on its own supports and foundation, right? I mean, I think if you say that.
50 square feet, if you think about 5 by 10, like Milton Hospital, what size are their signs? Or, those type of facilities. You just want to make sure you're not making a sign too small for something that needs to be found, like a hospital. I don't know what those size of those signs are. And I don't know the size of a standard billboard, but it seems like it could be bigger than 50 square feet. Those that are on 93 are certainly bigger than 50 square feet.
Yeah, those are a lot bigger.
Yeah.
One of these tables is about 5 by 10, I'd say, close.
Yeah, this table, one of these.
Maybe even less.
Yeah, so we're looking at 200 square feet with this table configuration here.
A billboard out on the highway is probably bigger than this whole,
All 4 of them, yeah.
all 4.
So maybe 40 square feet, does that seem more reasonable? I don't know. But
Oh, I thought maybe we were going the other direction, that we wanted to go
Oh,
a
you were
little
gonna
bit
go the
bigger
other-
because
sorry.
you don't want to harm the hospital.
Right,
But, I kind of see that as different than a building mount size sign. I kind of see a sign that's mounted on a building being smaller. But it also depends on the building. Look at extra space storage. How big is the sign that's on extra space storage, for example? One of the things that I thought that we might want to do with all of these sizes is kind of get an inventory of what we already have. And therefore, we can say, all right, yeah, on a building that's the size of an extra space storage, it's a sign of certain size of works, okay, or on a 2 Granite Ave. But if you're on Adams Street in East Milton Square or in Lower Mills, then the size would probably want to be different.
right.
But even if you look, I was noticing today, lit up, the Walter Baker sign when you're coming, down Adams Street towards Dorchester, that's a big sign up there, but it's not necessarily inappropriate for what's there. So maybe the sign review committee, if they're the ones who have seen sign applications or in the records that you have in the building department office, could give us an idea. We have.
I can check in with John on this,
Yeah.
because I think if this was from our previous draft, John did agree. He thought that this was an appropriate number. Yeah.
Because we may very well
I'll check in
find
with-
that we have, a lot of signs that are now non-conforming or pre-existing non-conforming once this passes. And it doesn't seem like, that's kind of like what we have with the current zoning, which is problematic.
Right.
You come in and you apply zoning that's more restrictive than what's on the ground, and everything needs a variance.
So, if I may, just so I'm clear, so we're defining this to prohibit it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So some of these other scenarios, I would imagine, would fall into different categories, right? In terms of like the type of signage that's
Yes.
allowed. And,
Yes.
based
On
on
a wall mount.
like the current, sort of the current
The dimensional.
ratios. And I think that was one of the things that Carolyn had pointed out was, was it intended to go down to 1.5 linear feet per, I don't have the ratio in front
For
of me.
measuring the sign area when we
Yeah.
get to
For
that,
for
yep.
what the allowed sign area
Yeah.
is, was that intended? Because that sort of like squeezes it back from 2.
It does a
to
little bit,
1.5.
because, and when we get there, we can talk about some examples of some signs that
Okay.
have been problematic and
So
and it
that's
just got
40
that
square feet.
are a little over too big, like Santander Bank, for example. And we love Santander Bank, so.
Another way around it is if we just define or we prohibit any sign larger than 50 square feet, for example. If the concern is we don't want to harm a hospital, we could add hospital signs under the exemptions. I don't know if you want to go quite that far.
I don't think there's any hospital signs that are that large.
The largest sign is the one that's on Reedsdale.
Yeah. And
That probably is bigger than 5 by 10. The one on
You
Reedsdale.
think so?
I think so.
Bigger than this table?
That's why I just think it's
It's a
worth
different
it.
shape than this table.
Yeah.
Can I make a suggestion? We just spent 10 minutes on the first definition. So we should all go get something to eat and a pillow and a sleeping bag. Or we're going to spend a forever amount of time here. So my suggestion is, could we give Carolyn a chance just to walk us through the work that she did first? And then maybe go back and create a strategy once
Yeah.
Carolyn's had a chance without our interruptions to allow you to get through that. And we may quickly decide that there's work we need from our sign committee to help us with definitions. But otherwise, I think we're going to lose every single person that's watching us tonight is going to be so bored. They'll
I
find
agree.
something
Yeah.
else to do.
Good. Yeah, that's good. That sounds good, Sean. So,
Okay, fair enough. So as we just said, though, under billboard, I didn't tweak the definitions all that much. I mean, you can clearly see it in the redlining. So I tried to work with what was in the prior draft. Or sometimes, like I said, where I thought things were a little bit redundant, or maybe things could be combined and conflated, I've done that. But I certainly would suggest, if any of these other definitions don't make sense to you, or don't see why we're including it, please feel free to let me know. The only one that I've really flagged a comment on the first page just has to do with sign area. Because my first question was, you can have a double-faced sign, so what constitutes the sign area? Later on, reading through another provision, it's clear that if it's a double-faced sign, both sides, at least as to that particular type of sign, both counted towards the sign area. But I know that varies sometimes from community to community, and I want to make sure that that is indeed what the practice is here.
Yes.
great.
Particularly when we talk about things like for sale signs, or for rent signs. On page 2, there's this was a definition from the carryover from the July version, this standard informational sign that I don't really think it's necessary, to be honest. And I did try to address this in a different way. The one place it was used later in the July draft, I think we can change the language there so that we don't need a standard informational sign definition. But if that was something that was familiar to folks, I didn't want to be the one to just dispose of it. Temporary sign is one that I would just draw folks' attention to, because I did try to draw in some references throughout from the July draft to incorporate everything here. It may very well be that you think of other types of temporary signs, and maybe we just limit the definition to a temporary sign just being something that is of a particular duration, rather than necessarily a particular type of sign. We can certainly talk more about that. Moving on to intent and purpose, that really is nearly verbatim from the July draft. Some slight changes, but essentially it stays the same. Same with respect to the pertinence to other laws section. So we move on to page 3. Same thing with the severability clause, the powers and duties, the applicability. That all stays the same. I did, however, add in the reference to your sign and facade design handbook there, so that folks do know that there might be some reference materials for them. And then when we hit paragraph number 4 for sign permit, so this is really where the substantive changes start. One sort of initial question is, we talk about a sign permit being required. Now, in some communities, there is such a thing called a sign permit. In other communities, it's basically a building permit for a sign. I want to make sure we're using the right terminology, and that we, if this is, signs are still technically structures and would require a building permit for many of them. If they're applying for a building permit, you have 30 days to act on that. That becomes important when we start talking about the sign review board's process and all of this. Versus if we truly do issue something called a sign permit, that is different from a building permit, then I'm fine with the language that's used here, but I want to make sure that that is indeed what our practice or the intent is here. Moving on to the next page, where we start to get into the list of exemptions. I've carried forward all of the exemptions from the July draft, and same thing with prohibited signs. But again, there seemed to be some that were redundant, and I tried to combine them a little bit. But a couple that I would like to just bring to your attention with respect to exempt signs. I would ask that we consider, how do we want to handle window displays and product dispensers and point of purchase displays? Because elsewhere in the bylaw, we talk about window signs, but only if they're at a certain height, like at eye level, and if the script is covering beyond a certain percentage of the window. And you can see the purpose behind that, that there's a public safety issue, right? Do we want to be exempting all window displays? Maybe we do. I just want to flag that for you for some future thought. The others that get a little, could possibly be combined is Roman numeral 10 and 11. This is really like the address signs, but there were two different provisions from the July draft. One that talked about signs being 2 square feet in area, but then there was another provision that if the sign is indicating the address of the premises, the height of the letters and numbers cannot exceed 8 inches. Now, I suppose it's possible to comply with both, but if we're going to limit the overall size of a sign to 2 square feet, is the height of the letters or numbers all that important to us? Maybe it is, maybe not. Prohibited signs, moving really on to page 5. Again, if you look at Roman numeral 7, window signs, that's where if more than 25% of the window is obscured. So I think we just need to think about, well, is a window display something different from a window sign? Also in Roman numeral 5, portable signs that are not permanently affixed, anchored, or secured to the ground would be prohibited. Elsewhere in the July draft, however, we allow sandwich or A-frame signs, and we do allow those to be on the right-of-way. So I think we need to consider the consistency there between those two provisions. The other thing to ask about is Roman numeral 13, signs illuminated by means other than indirect light and reverse lit signs. I think there is an intent that we want direct facing white light, projected towards the sign and shielding other properties. But I want to bring that and Roman numeral 14 to your attention, because in 14 we talk about neon tombs and LED lights. I made a point of noticing Milton gas as I was driving here tonight, because the first thing that always comes to mind are gas stations and how all the prices that change daily usually are those LED lights. Do we make some sort of exception? Do we still prohibit the use of those lights? I'm not suggesting you do one or the other. Just bear in mind that you will hear from every gas station out there, to the extent that any of them happen to have LED lights. So then moving on to page 6. I didn't really change much with respect to the application and submittal requirements, but this is really where the question becomes, what is the role of the sign review committee and or also the ZBA? And we don't have to answer that tonight, and I don't know that we're necessarily prepared to. But as I said, your current zoning bylaw, sign review committee just looks at signs in the business district. The July draft expanded that. If that was intentional, that's fine. if the sign review board is going to review all signs, we have to think about how this timeline then plays out. Because I would think you would want the sign review board to review everything before it goes to the building inspector, particularly if there are folks who think that a sign permit is the equivalent of a building permit for which you have 30 days.
Right.
You'll see as you read through this, I suggested like 21 days for the sign review board to review an application. It was somewhere between 30 to 90 days in the prior draft, and it could have been extended with the consent of the applicant. That seems to be a bit long to me, particularly if it's, a sign that does conform to the bylaw. I mean, most people would think if I am the type of sign and I meet the size requirements or the lettering and the illumination requirements, it's a sign allowed by right. I'm being sent off to the sign review board for what purpose? They really then just looking, are they acting more as a design review board? Are they really looking at aesthetics more than anything else? So I think we really need to clarify their role and then establish what we think is a reasonable timeline for them. It's also written that the sign review board just provides like a non-binding recommendation. So question number one is that the intent? Number two, if I'm now Michael and the sign review board has given me a non-binding recommendation to deny the sign, but I've got a sign permit application sitting on my desk, in my opinion, you still legally can issue the sign permit. Now, that's going to upset some folks because the sign review board is going to say, well, what's the point of having a sign review committee if you can just go ahead and you can issue permits? So I think we have to think about what is the relationship between the sign review committee and their recommendation versus the actual permitting authority who, what does he have to do with that? I would think the intent here is we want to have a little negotiation to bring the sign closer to compliance or closer to our design standards. But with all due respect to Mike, and I don't mean to disparage him in any way, he's going to look at a setback, the height, and the area of the sign. He's not really going to look at the coloring.
Blue.
Yeah, whether it's blue or hot pink like my sweater, right? So I think we need to consider what that relationship is between the two. So moving on to page 7, not very many changes there again. Then when we get to page 8, this is where we hit the provision special permit findings. Again, I just took this from the July draft just to make sure we weren't losing sight of it in case it was something that was very intentional. I could see this working with respect to pre-existing non-conforming signs that are going to require a finding from the Zoning Board of Appeals that the proposed alteration is not substantially more detrimental. So we could work that in here if that's what you want. But I will call your attention to the fact that it refers to a special permit under Chapter 48, Section 9. That's not the pre-existing non-conforming statute. That suggests that you can get a special permit to put up a sign other than one that is clearly allowed under the bylaw. If this is intended to be a Zoning Board of Appeals action on pre-existing non-conforming signs, then a further question I have is what is the relationship then between the Zoning Board of Appeals and the Sign Review Committee? Is the application still going to the Sign Review Committee for a recommendation, but now that recommendation is going to go to the Zoning Board of Appeals instead? We can do that. Like I said, I just think we want to think that through and make sure that the language matches. Some of this language too here in the special permit findings, maybe we jettison all of this if we ultimately decide that if we're just going to go with, just apply this to pre-existing non-conforming signs, and anytime they want to alter them, they just come in for their special permit finding that by statute is that the proposed alteration is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing sign, then we don't need to say anything more. We don't need the rest of this. If, however, we truly want some kind of Section 9 special permit process, then we do need to spell out some criteria. And as we look at those Roman numerals 1 through 5, throughout you'll see reasonable relation, or shall not unreasonably interrupt, or shall be in reasonable continuity. That, to me, is, just putting that word in like that is like waving a red flag to a bull, that, what is reasonable to you may not be reasonable to the next person. So if we want to have additional standards, I think we need to consider making them less subjective, shall we say. Moving on, I've covered my comments already about the sign review committee. Moving on to page 9. Again, I think I've covered all of that and just talking about the relationship and role of the sign review committee. One thing just to draw your attention to on page 9, it's under number 6C, right-of-way. We say that no signs would be allowed except for government or public service signs shall be located in the right-of-way. That directly contradicts with sidewalk sandwich signs. That also could directly conflict with portable signs, which I often associate with being like those sandwich board signs that folks just put out with specials of the day, so to speak. So we've got to iron out that little wrinkle. Page 10 is all from the July draft, so I didn't change that at all. And same thing with page 11, that's all from the prior draft. I did flag here, and this is what Liz was alluding to earlier, under total sign area, the July draft did reduce that to 1.5 square feet, as used in that term. Previously, it was 2 square feet per linear foot, so I just want to make sure that that was an intentional reduction in how sign area is calculated. Page 12, that's all from the July draft as well. Same thing with respect to page 13. One thought I had on page 13 that was a little different, we start to go into extensively some regulations pertaining just to those sidewalk signs or those A-frame signs. All of those bullet points that you see there, I don't see any reason why those couldn't be moved to the sign and facade guidelines. We could decide how we're going to allow sidewalk signs and put some parameters into the bylaw, but the rest of it, like the sign shall be free of sharp corners. I don't know that we need to have that in our zoning bylaw, especially when it is a 15-page zoning bylaw. So that might be one way we can cut it down a little bit. Moving on to page 14. Again, all of this is from the prior draft from July with respect to special provisions. The only thing that I do want to just call your attention to was the July draft began with a paragraph relating to religious and educational institutional uses. And I know that was flagged by your prior council as being a potential issue with respect to the Dover Amendment. And I would agree with that, which is why I removed it. And that is it in a nutshell. No sleeping bags, no caffeine required.
That's great. All right. Questions for the, maybe we can just go back, and I think I agree with a lot of some of the recommendations that you have, but questions?
Well, I think this question of the role of the sign review committee is what, in some ways, is what prompted us to work on the sign bylaw. is that, and maybe Meredith can elaborate on this too, because she's had conversations with chair of that committee, but I'm just going to mention that there were decisions that were made that were challenged, and prior town councils have said that they couldn't defend the decisions because it wasn't, the guidelines aren't binding, the zoning's binding. So, as far as what goes where, I just want to flag that, as sort of one of the things that's kind of prompted this work.
I think that's where I'm going too.
Yeah.
I guess a lot of these things I think can be easily addressed, but the process for permitting, the relationship between the sign review committee, Michael, potentially the zoning board. Through my career, many towns when I was working as a project manager, there were no sign review committees. The permitting authority in most towns was the building inspector, and there was a bylaw, a guideline, and your permit fell within the required bylaw, and that was it. And you complied with it. And I don't, maybe I just haven't been involved long enough to know the origination of the sign review committee. It may be something that evolved because there wasn't enough clarity. There wasn't enough definition. So, our building department was struggling because we didn't have enough definition. Committee gets created to support the building department. Does anybody know the history of the sign committee? Because my own opinion, and I think a clean process would be to have a document, a bylaw that makes it possible for Michael to permit a sign without a sign review committee being involved at all. And if the applicant wasn't satisfied with Michael's decision, and we make it clear enough, that we make the bylaw, we make it possible for Michael to be able to interpret. And if it can't be interpreted, their option at that point is to go to the zoning board. And I'm not trying to eliminate.
There's design
Yeah.
comes into play. We have historic districts. We spent a lot of time writing zoning for overlay districts, and not all signs are designed the same, and they can be modified and still meet zoning. So I do think there's a role for a sign review committee. I think the relationship between the parties needs to be clear. But just like it's been recommended in the past, when the master plan, as far as 10 years ago, that there be an architectural review committee. Other communities have that, where it's design professionals serve on the committees, and they review them for it's the building commissioner's responsibility in terms of the size and the square footage and all of those things, but whether the sign review committee might suggest a blade sign for the particular building that's there, or a location on the building that would be more architecturally compatible than what's been proposed, and they all could still be compliant with the zoning. So I know that it takes away some of it being black and white, but it makes a big difference in terms of if everybody thinks about the communities that they find very attractive, there's a level of review of signage that goes along with it. But I understand your point, because I also know that I've heard that reputation in Milton has as not being very friendly to businesses, and that it's difficult to navigate the approval processes. And we have such small business districts, and we have a lot of them that are not in business districts. So having the question about whether they should be reviewed outside of the business districts, it's yes, because of that. Like even the fruit center marketplace, one of the larger probably revenue generating businesses in Milton, lies in both business and residential zoning districts. There's discussion about whether that should be changed, but it means everything that they do has to go to the Board of Appeals, which I also think is not very business friendly either. But there's a whole level that's a whole nother discussion to think about our rules and regs and our zoning, et cetera,
They
for
help to
business
guide.
friendliness.
Yeah, and I was actually sort of part of the conversation when it was starting, because I was advocating for a design review committee in our business districts, when there was new construction, new development, there was some sort of architectural review board. That was a little bit more, I actually submitted, the planning board at the time submitted an article around that. It did not pass. It did not, doing an architectural review board. So then this came out of, okay, if we're not going to get into that level, maybe we can review signage and keep a consistent character of the sign. And so that is when, at the time, that review committee, and John has been on it since the very beginning and has a great relationship. And the way they handle it is, when they have applicants, is done beautifully. It's working with, obviously, the person who's trying to create signage, but also creating something that's going to be appropriate. They really take a lot of, as volunteers, a lot of the work that they are sort of vetting the sign before it goes to the building department. So they can say, okay, we've looked at all this, we've looked at the lumens, we've looked at, all of the different features and the site, the location, and then it's ready to.
So hearing both of your comments and thoughts on the necessity for a sign review committee, there's almost nothing Michael can do. Because, let me finish. Nobody could submit a sign that Michael could feel confident has achieved meeting the requirements of our bylaw, but also meeting the aesthetic expectation of the sign review committee. So what sign? Because I actually feel like the sign review committee, good process would be that Michael receives an application. That's the first place that the applicant goes for a permit. Go to Michael. And Michael would then determine whether or not it was something he could permit or not permit without support from the sign review committee. But, the way I hear both you, Meredith, and Cheryl explain it, we want to make sure that every sign meets our aesthetic expectations. How does Michael feel comfortable that he could approve any sign permit without having the sign review committee be involved?
So think about it this way,
I'll just finish. Let me just finish. This is where our process in town becomes very unfriendly for anybody that's trying to permit. You know
Then
what
we
I mean?
shouldn't, by that logic, we shouldn't have site plan review, because it's as of right zoning.
But just stay with where I am, though. I understand what you're saying, but think about it. We're talking about a sign. Is Michael going to receive an applicant? We're either going to send everything to the sign review committee first, right?
Which is what we do.
Which is pretty much.
So nobody can go to Michael.
Practice,
So
right?
nobody can go to Michael for a sign permit. Everything goes to the sign review committee first.
That's the way the process has been working. And
So it hasn't been that way forever. So Jim and I have been the only two people who've owned businesses in town, and we've gone through this process. And I think I voiced my concerns about this prior, and I agree with Sean that me as a current business owner, I find this awfully cumbersome. And I think I have reasonably good taste. And I kind of resent the fact that I have to go to a sign review board. And I, as a business owner, have multiple signs, multiple. And way back in the day, a sign was just approved by the town administrator out on public land. And I have that sign still. And I have multiple signs. And I, as a business owner, just want what Sean just explained. Give me what I'm allowed, and then I can do whatever I want within that. I won't do neon. Like, I don't need neon. I don't need it to be
But that's
even
you.
lit.
But that's
Right.
but not everybody's you.
And so we can do, we can prohibit neon, So if someone brings a permit to the building department, it says neon.
And that's really what they do, is they vet the prohibited, they sort of go through that whole screening process. Yes, they are graphic artists, there's architects, graphic artists, so they help with the process. Maybe it's just, someone and sometimes neighbors get involved with, when the gas station was going up in East Milton Square, and there was a big uproar over, they're putting this in and it's going to shine lights directly into my bedroom. I don't want a big bright sign. they were able to sort of navigate it and sort of be the mediary. Just
And lighting
in
is
between.
different. I think lighting is different than just a sign. And, you know, I
that's-
don't have,
yeah.
I don't have, my buildings aren't
You don't
historic.
yeah.
Jim's building was historic,
Which
so,
actually made it more limiting. So it
Yeah.
was, my signs were driven by the historic nature of the building.
yeah.
But I still had to get a permit for my sidewalk sign. I was in violation. I had a neon sign that said open. It was tiny. And I get why that doesn't, we shouldn't have that there. I mean, I kind of thought that this would be, the sign goes to Michael. And if it's a basic sign or it's in keeping with the neighborhood, he just approves it. But if it is a lighted sign that's bigger, then it would go to the sign review committee. But he would ultimately always have the final say. That's the way I thought this would go.
I thought that's where we were going to, Jim. I thought the whole idea was to create a bylaw that would allow Michael to, you know, I guess more efficiently, you know, process a sign permit application.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem like that the process, the way it's described, is in your mind.
And-
it's gonna
and-
change.
It's not how it's been
If I
working.
could just jump in,
yeah.
if he felt like he needs a little help, he goes to the sign review committee. If he feels like he doesn't need any, and he can handle the decision, then he does it.
Right.
That's, and the goal is to take stuff off your plate,
Yeah.
not to have you drive around and look at every single sign in town. Because that's what this is going to turn into.
And also
Because then you're
not-
going to get complaints and you have to go enforce it.
And also not be burdened, Michael, with things that are, you know, not clear to you. You might look at something and say, you know what, I'm not comfortable approving
Right.
this. It's got some, you know, idiosyncrasies that, you know, might not be satisfying to the town. Great, you got a committee to utilize. But you know, for something that's basic and simple and in compliance, you know, I thought anyway, we were creating a process where it could be submitted to the building department. The building department could approve it, and the applicant is on their way.
100%.
That's just my opinion, and maybe my opinion is based on the fact that I've been involved in permitting signs for a very long time for the work that I've done, and I have experienced different processes, and some that are very good and some that aren't.
Yeah. Liz,
Signs?
Liz wanted to comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry, and then
So in the two signs that we've reviewed with the sign committee so far, you know, this issue has come up about timing, right, in terms of like how quickly that Michael needs to turn around the building permit, if it's a building permit versus a sign permit. I mean, the way we kind of like went back and forth on that was until the applicant met the application requirements for the sign review committee, then their application wasn't deemed complete. So that's one way of dealing with that. And so, and the second thing just flew right out of my head. Oh, and working with them, you know, through two specific projects. I mean, their expertise, you know, resulted, at least in one project, in a better sign, better placement, better colors, better font, it, you know. And then the third thing is with illuminated signs, you've got a process for public hearing, which I'm not sure I've seen here. It's probably in here somewhere. I'm not 100%. So that's your neighborhood opportunity, which is not going to come into play with the building permit, right? So if there's some issue, you know, so it's something to think about. And then these, you know, sign and facade design handbook, which is, you know, if you open up the sign review committee page on the website, this is the document that comes up. And it's pretty dated. It's got zoning in it probably from, you know, 3 iterations ago. Chapter 10 zoning, I'm not even sure what the date on this is. So this probably needs, this is gonna have to be in concert with this.
Right.
To make it work right. But my experience so far is that if the intent is to have sort of a design standard, then the committee is working well, in my limited experience so far in doing that.
How long did those take, those two different examples?
Oh, to get through? I don't know, probably 6 weeks, maybe? I don't know, something like that.
Was there any pushback from the applicants that was too long?
Well, it was mostly just not having the materials, right? So it comes down to, you know, a national company is going to have a standard set of documents that they can produce easily for us, right? But a small business owner is going to have to procure, you know, like additional plans and services and what have you. So I do see that it's onerous, but we did work where we work to kind of like meet them in the middle if we can. There's certain things that maybe you can kind of like be a little bit more flexible in terms of like, the level of plans that you're requiring, if it's sufficient to understand. And I feel like the committee's pretty good about that too. I feel like my sense is they're good about that. But there has to be a level of plans. It
of
really
course.
can't just be sort of like a JPEG photo, because that's just not, and dimensions, I've tried to work with people on dimensions. I've said, you can use this third-party app and you can get an approximate measurement, and you can do this and you can do that and what have you. So there are ways to kind of like get people up to snuff so that the sign review committee can make, because they don't want to make a judgment on something if they don't feel like they have accurate information. That kind of puts them in a tough spot too.
No different
Especially
than
if
us.
the neighbors get annoyed.
No different than us. Yeah, so what's the process for? Good.
Hold on, Nick.
No, good.
Some communities that have taken signage in their business districts as a way to help businesses and a way to attract customers to those businesses, and they work with business owners, like in a Main Streets district, where they work with them about the appropriate level of signage, because some businesses will just plaster as many signs as possible on the window, and it doesn't work, because the business owners, they know the business that they're running inside. They're not signage experts, and unless those business owners they're not required to engage an expert to help them with the signage. So they're actually getting the benefit of some input from a committee of people who do have expertise. And it does give a level of review. I mean, why have a planning board if we think that people can just follow the zoning, and if it meets the zoning, then they don't need to come to us. I mean, you can apply the same logic, but I do think that having that level of design, having some level of design review is beneficial to the business and to the residents, because a lot of people talk about the charm of a business district or the historic character of a district, and signage can be a real distraction to it, especially if it covers architectural detail, if it's not in keeping with the character of the architecture of that particular building. And so having that set of eyes on it, I think, is valuable.
Yeah, so I'm not saying don't have any sign review. I'm just saying many of the signs probably don't need it, or maybe a few don't need it, and Michael should have that discretion. That's what I'm arguing. And then if Michael says, you know what, I'm not comfortable, this looks a little ridiculous, it's got pink polka dots and a blue background, let's let the sign review committee look at that one. But if it's
Just
a
puts him in a
simple one,
position of, if somebody says, well, you let that one go through, why are you not letting me go through?
because he's the
It just
building
puts him in
commissioner.
the
And at some
position.
point, he's the building commissioner. And that
I think
answer
it's good
should
to
be
have
good
a
enough.
consistent process, and
All right,
they
well.
might say, yeah, this is perfect, and they sometimes have had very simple signs that got approved very quickly. The Franny's Corner, for example, is one of the ones
Yeah.
it's lovely. It is so tastefully done. It's not even lit. It's not, they have other, but it was in character and added charm to that area, and that went through in 2 meetings, and it was sort of very simple, quick. But the problem,
But
which
in that
John is
example,
not
would
here.
you have looked at that and just approved it because it looked in keeping with the building if you had the ability to? So you wouldn't have needed a sign review committee,
Yeah, and I think it's hard to put Michael in a position, or picking and choosing, it's having consistency, which it just goes through an extra review process. But John did say, just for the time, because often it is more like a 6-week, usually it's maybe 2 meetings. I think it's usually because materials aren't completely prepared, and they might not need some other dimensional standards or lumen lighting, or a public hearing. So when you have to have a public hearing when it's a lit sign, that is an extra meeting for them to hold that. And they only usually meet once a month. Sometimes they don't meet at all. We don't have a lot of sign review. We don't have a lot of new signs because we have very small business districts, and not a lot of turnover in them. So we don't they don't see a lot, but they usually meet once a month, and sometimes they need it, just that. So that's maybe like 60 days. Maybe when I talked to John, he felt more comfortable that it, like that 45, just to give time.
Yeah, 21s would be tricky.
Tight.
So if the process is every single sign that requires a permit goes to them first, you couldn't get a sign, what is the time frame? Do they actually, in a meeting, will they receive an application and approve it in a single meeting? Is that possible?
If it's an unlit sign and it's consistent with what's there, I think they could. I'll just use the example, the Milton Cleaners, dry cleaners in East Milton Square, they've just closed down. There'll be a new business going in there. The owner of that building has consistent signage all along each of those, even though it's different businesses, they all have the same signs. If they're coming in saying, we're just going to replace it with new letters, and there's already gooseneck lighting, so there'll be no new lighting, that would be, I would think, a one meeting, because they'll do exactly what's there. It'll just be the new name of the new business.
Are there any categories, my questions and my thoughts are not to be disruptive to a process that, I too don't want Milton to look like Route 1 in Saugus.
Yeah.
But it hasn't, which means that we don't have,
We need a giant cactus.
Pardon me?
Well, there are
A giant cactus is really what we need.
There are some things that are starting
Just
just
did that
with the
cactus
technology.
I know.
This is-
Have a
With
lot
the
of properties.
technology, we are seeing there's new, and I'll just, again, these are all great businesses, but Stevie's Pizza. So they went for a building permit to get their Stevie's sign put up. They went through the sign review committee. But now they are putting up in neon lights all across the whole front, pizza, slice, sub
Those are illegal.
sandwiches.
Those are not allowed.
Those are not allowed, but they're
allowed.
not going, they're just, so
Yeah, so the building commissioner
So
could
he
walk
can
in there
just go
tomorrow
out
and
and
say,
send
take
it to
those out.
enforcement.
And all of them.
That's a different issue, though. That's not a sign. That's something hanging on the window.
right, that's something we should talk about, is that, what is considered, and
But is it
But it's
within
already in the-
square footage? If it's within the square footage, you wouldn't be able to say no.
It's a temporary sign.
Well, I
And it's a
mean,
neon sign.
It's not a
So those-
temporary, it's the
Neon's not
permanent.
temporary.
I think we've already, Carolyn
Yeah.
has already brought up window displays and window signs
Yeah.
as two areas that we need to.
So that
sort
is
of-
something that I would want to see, maybe that we would have some, to give Michael this was not prohibited, this was a prohibited sign. So if it's something that goes up that's prohibited, Michael has every right to go in, and that doesn't have to go through, it doesn't have to go through a sign review process. It is just a prohibited sign.
Are there any signs that should go directly to Michael?
So I would say the example that you just gave with the Milton Cleaners, where a new business goes in and it's the exact same sign with different lettering, I don't see why that would go to a sign review committee. I don't see why he just can't say, yeah, it looks great. If there are 3 signs in a row and you're changing the letters on one of them, why would that have to go anywhere other than him?
I guess I just, for consistency, but it would be a question of, with John, which he's not here now, does that ever happen? I don't know, you're fairly new, and Liz, so I don't know if that's happened before, where you might just say to John Zikowitz, listen, they're putting up the exact same, they're not really changing that sign. Does that need to go through? And John might say, no, it wouldn't, that does not need to come to us. But there's a conversation, which is really, it's been a wonderful relationship, the way the building department and the chair of the sign review committee have worked together.
Great, so let's assume that continues. So maybe the
Yeah.
question should be for the sign review committee to identify, are there any that could just go to Michael and for Michael's review? Any? And if they say no, then I guess there aren't any.
Yeah, then
But,
you pull a sign
I
permit.
mean, I guess until they know.
I think about
yeah.
temporary signs. Do temporary signs go to the sign review committee?
No.
They don't. So
No.
do we denote that in our bylaw?
We do,
Yeah, those
it's
do not.
an exempt sign. We have certain types of
Yeah,
temporary
it's an
signs.
exempt.
Temporary holiday lights, decorations, things of that nature. We also have like temporary signs, like for sale signs, for rent signs, or, someone's got having new windows put into their house and a contractor wants to put a sign out front. We do limit the square footage, and we say you can put a sign like that up until the property is either sold, leased, or the work is done, something to that effect.
So you're saying all temporary signs are under Michael's authority? Or, I'm not
Yeah,
trying
I
to
would-
pin us down to anything. I guess all I'm saying is if there are signs that don't require the sign review committee, then we should identify those and make sure that there's no confusion over that.
It does say in section exemptions, so on page 4, signs, a sign of not more than 2 square feet in area, displaying the street number, the name of the occupant of the property, and/or historical references, if any. So that seems to me, it's a small sign that doesn't require compliance.
That doesn't require a permit?
Well, that's like an address
Says
sign,
it does,
right?
this
Like a
bylaw
direct-
doesn't apply to it.
Right, it would be exempt entirely.
Well, it says like this property is managed by Jim Davis, my phone number and an
Oh, but it could
address.
say,
right?
it
Something
could
like
say
that.
Thayer Nursery. It doesn't prohibit it from being the name of the business. It's just that the size is the determining factor in this case. So you could,
It doesn't
one could
specify
decide
it.
whether 2 square feet is the right number for that, or the right area for that. I think placement of signs on buildings is really important because oftentimes historic
Display the street
features
number,
of buildings
name
has
of the
been covered up by
occupant, and
signage.
historical references.
But, so that's where size is different because architectural detail is different for different buildings, but this does provide some exemption for a small sign.
As long as it displays the address. What is that? Yeah. Street
It says
number.
and/or, so it could be just
Are you looking at number
Davis Construction.
10 on
and
page
that's it.
4, exemptions?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sign of not more than 2 square feet in area displaying the street number, name of the occupant of the property, and/or historic references. So it's got to display the street number,
No.
the name of the occupant, or a historic reference, right?
And/or,
not
I
like
mean,
an
the way I
advertising
read
sign.
and/or is it can be any of those things.
Oh, I read it as it has to be the first 2, and then it could be the third one.
Okay, so our 2 interpreters down at the end of the table. How do you read
Where's our
that?
lawyer? She's right there.
Well, I was looking more at 10 and 11. And if you look at 10, also on page 4, a sign of not more than 2 square feet in area, displaying the street number, the name of the occupant of the property, and/or historical references, if any. So that could be an address sign,
Right.
but it could also just be a sign that says, if we went from Smith Dry Cleaning to Jones Dry Cleaning, provided it's not more than 2 square feet in area. So I suppose the question is, are those dimensions reasonable? Another thought here is if you want to make it a little bit more clear to divide between, say, what the building commissioner is allowed to just do as of right versus what goes to the sign review board, we have to come up with some parameters. If a sign is, and just because we were just talking about a sign of 2 square feet, if any sign no greater than 2 square feet and located, a minimum of X feet back from, say, a property line or something like that, or a sign on the side of a wall sign, provided it's no greater than X. You could do that. You could build those kind of parameters in and say, if you can check off the boxes and satisfy that criteria, you go straight to the building commissioner, you get a sign. It's not going to address whether that sign is pink or purple polka dots. We can say no illumination or any type of illumination has to go to the sign review board. But, at some point, no matter where we draw the line, there's always going to be that potential for, okay, well, it met the size requirements and the setback requirements, and maybe we even get into some materials that are used. But you're going to find that sign at some point that someone's going to drive by and say, oh my God, I cannot believe the building commissioner permitted that.
Or who permitted that?
Yeah.
Exactly.
We usually find out
Yeah,
here.
So I do, I fully understand that, and I, again, not to pick on any business, but I don't happen to like the pliable sign. I don't think that color scheme looks great in East Milton, but that's their brand. And who am I to tell that business they shouldn't have that color scheme? So it goes back to kind of freedom of speech. Like, I might not like pink polka dots, but maybe there's a cute children's store, which it would be really cute to have pink polka dots on the back of their sign. And as long as they meet the parameters, they're allowed to have pink polka dots. You know, I don't, like, who am I to tell another business owner what their brand is?
I think there's a difference between the brand of their sign and whether it's taking, you know, where it's positioned on the building, the proportion of it compared to the other architectural features of the building. You know, it's that design feature or level of feature, not the branding of, in my opinion anyway. But you can think about some communities, like I think about Cape Cod, where big corporations, the Starbucks, the Dunkin' Donuts, et cetera, they alter their signage to meet the requirements of those communities.
Which is something I was just going to add, because in the previous draft, John and I had gone around on this quite a bit, internally lit signs. And what we had come up with in a proposed draft was that internally lit signs would be prohibited except with approval by the sign review committee, to try to make it with exception. But maybe that's too vague. I was wondering, maybe we do, if we were to say, and this is to the point of just prohibiting all internally lit, to not make it confusing, and then they would have to go to the ZBA if they really felt, and they would put the argument on why.
Go to the ZBA or go to the sign review board?
No, they would be at the sign review board, and if the sign review board denied any internally lit,
appeal to the ZBA.
and they could appeal to that. And the reason why I say that, I'll just use this as an example. So the Santander, which is probably one of the most garish signs that our town has, and overly, I hear a lot of complaints about it, and they, it was able to be reviewed. If you go to North Andover and you go through and you see their Santander sign, they have a lovely sign with gooseneck lighting. It fits in, it's beautiful, and you see the consistency throughout the town of that lighting. And the other thing is Dunkin' Donuts. If it's required, the business they just want to know what they're expected to do, and they're going to put it as bright as they can, as big as they can, obviously. But if we disallow that, there are occasional times when I talk to John when, if it's facing the highway or it's slightly different, that internally lit signs make sense. And so what he said is that he would offer to, it would be under prohibited, but he would write a letter if the argument was being made and they had to deny the internally lit to the ZBA, they would write a letter of recommendation that sign be approved.
So I guess my opinion is that there's nothing that we're going to ask anybody that wants to put a sign up that is onerous to their business. All I really care about is a process that's efficient.
Yeah,
and
totally.
As you both have talked about, signs that in many communities are forced to comply with design standards for signs in communities. There are many communities that also force these national brands to have a building that has materials that comply. So there's nothing wrong with that. For the sign review committee, who volunteer their time like we do, and if they're willing to put the time in to do this, we should be grateful that they are willing to do it. So I'm not opposed to that at all. I just want to make sure that we create a process that moves quickly. And if there's anything that Michael can do to help an applicant, quickly through the process, we should do that. But I don't think that it's not restrictive in nature in terms of what we're asking people to do. I'm fine with that. And if the sign review committee there can be a process and a completed bylaw that helps everybody understand what is and what's not acceptable, what to come prepared with, almost like we've done with the site plan review, bylaw. So that people now understand when they come in what they should have in hand. So the process is quickly.
Moves
So
faster.
I don't, I'm not going to get, bothered by the fact that there's going to be a sign review committee and they're going to see it first, and Michael is going to take whatever their decision is and understand, what to do or what not to do. I just feel like,
We want to make it.
we have been identified as a town that's restrictive from a permitting process. I mean, that there's a long history. I'm not talking about the sign review committee. I'm talking about just as a town, and why do people not prefer to work here? Because it's been like that. So if we can create a process that's efficient, fast,
Agree.
and you utilize the sign review committee, Michael, so that, you can move quickly when it comes
Yeah.
to you, you're all set, you're ready to go, they've signed off on it. And maybe the best thing to do is ask John, is there anything that comes before you that you feel,
I will-
could go
yeah.
directly to Michael?
Yeah.
Could go, and if he says yes and he defines it, great, we write the bylaw that way, and if he says, the bylaw follows whatever he says, might be relieved of going to the sign review committee.
Right.
Yeah. I've emailed, I think once, John, it was a sign that wasn't in the business district, and I said, do you guys want to review it? And they did. But typically, so we get the permits for the usually new businesses, what's going in the old dry cleaners in East Milton Square. We get those permits ahead of time, and I warn them that you gotta go first, you're gonna need a sign permit and go through the review process and get them started at the beginning of construction, not wait for them to come near the end of construction when they wanna open and have to go through the sign permit approval process. So try to give them as much advance warning as possible.
I think again, back to my experience, the sign permitting process is always separated from the building permit process in every town, probably every town you've ever worked in, every town we've all ever worked in, that's fine, but not every town has a sign review committee.
That's why I'm letting them know when they're pulling the permit for construction that down the road, prepare yourself and find out the documents you need, and once they have a design, then they can go before the committee.
Actually, do you think it's helpful for you to have veto power to be the final say? Or is it not that important to you?
Nah, it doesn't matter to
Doesn't
me
matter.
one way or another.
Would it make your job easier if you had it, or?
There's some things, like I've had a zoning review that checked all the boxes and did not require to go there, but I didn't feel comfortable. I said, how do I know what is detrimental to that neighborhood? And I sent it to them, and it's actually a huge contentious issue going on right now. And I'm like, I don't feel comfortable with what they're proposing to build,
But
and sent it even though it checked all the boxes. I just said, I'm sending this and let them make the decision.
in Milton, you are the authority. All they are is a support mechanism to help Michael make a decision that's consistent with what our bylaw is. That's it.
That's
You
the way
are
it's written now.
Yeah, you are the authority having jurisdiction. They have no jurisdiction. They're just a committee that's going to support you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which leads to the bigger question of, it sounds like everything's working well right now, and that's wonderful. What happens if the sign review committee has a difficult to deal with applicant, maybe from one of these, national chains that says, our color scheme is orange and pink, and it's always going to be this size, and it's going to be illuminated and flashing and everything else, and the sign review committee says denied. And then they go off to the building commissioner, and they meet the area requirements, they meet the setback, height limitations. What do we do with that? Because if it is truly like site plan review with our planning board, well, the planning board can recommend denial. But it ultimately goes to the building commissioner, who does have that veto power.
Yeah.
I don't know if the building commissioner necessarily wants to stick his neck out, if something has been particularly controversial or really an applicant that has been difficult to work with and hasn't tried to be a good neighbor and bring everything to be more compatible with the neighborhood, I suppose you could always deny it, and off it goes, and then it becomes the ZBA's problem. But you could see a situation where the sign meets, like you said, it checks off all the boxes, but the sign review committee has said, no, don't approve that.
Then you got to make a tough
We
call.
have not, yeah. Unless it's in the bylaw, I haven't seen them deny anything that unless, I mean, I think that's why as much as we can put in the bylaw, maybe for standards is helpful, but yeah, we fortunately have not had that. The other thing that I was going to mention is one of the things that we've been trying to do as the planning board is to create the design guidelines. And what I think this, particularly with the internally lit signage, makes it consistent with what we've been putting in our design guidelines. Just the most recent, the East Milton, we have a whole section on placement and illumination. And again, these are guidelines, but it talks about different levels of lighting, and signs should not be internally illuminated. Light fixtures that illuminate the sign from above, such as gooseneck fixtures, are encouraged. And then flashing, color changing LED, digital, and neon signs are not allowed. So this is sort of giving teeth to what we've been putting into some of our overlay districts. So it gives more, it's being consistent with what, and making it something that we can support.
So one thing I would say is, like, Maggie, you mentioned your business and having tasteful signs. But I think about some of the architectural projects, the 40Bs in particular, and I think about how insensitive they are. And one of the things, like, even though they're called out when they had the peer review by the architects as being insensitive, they can't really force a change upon that design. And so I think, like, when we put all of the design standards into the site plan approval, it was to give not just the planning board and the review, but to give the applicant an idea of what the town would like to see there. And, I think applicants prefer to be guided with what's being sought. Because if they've made the decision that they're going to go there, whether it's Dunkin' Donuts, Starbucks, or someone else, if they have to adjust a little bit to what their sign's going to be, it's the larger decisions that they've made already by what's the demographic there, what kind of business is it going to generate. That sign, if that sign has to be a little bit smaller, I don't think it's going to trigger them to say no. And before they sign that lease or buy that building, they're going to know it by looking at the regs. So the regs that are less definitive are the ones that set up the kind of more the battle, I think, than the ones that give them better guidance.
No, I do agree that having guidance is hugely helpful. And so when we permit anything, and maybe my situation is a little bit different. When I did my signs and through my special permit, I never had to go through sign review. And so,
and maybe through, right?
And so maybe it's because we've been there for 60 years, and but it's another step, because I think the daycare we permitted up on Blue Hill Ave. Didn't they then have to go to the sign review? Even though we all discussed their sign, we requested it to be smaller and we, reduce, they still had to go and get permission. Where, did they really have to if we had already discussed here? Why would they have had to go to sign review if we issued them a special permit?
It might have been for their streets, for the street
Was
sign.
it?
I can ask John if they approved.
It's probably the level of the plans that you were looking at for the special permit.
Yeah, because we didn't.
They wouldn't be like a permit set.
We didn't review a sign permit level set. We reviewed conceptual,
Yeah.
because that's all we had jurisdiction over.
Yeah, we may, if we're talking about signs in here, we're probably out of our lane.
Some
Probably.
towns do, actually, it is the planning board who,
I know,
they go
but-
before.
But what's it
Not us.
gonna be?
No,
right?
I know, to what level, but I'm just saying, like in Wellesley, the Wellesley Planning Board reviews all signs. So, just saying. One thing I did want to, just on prohibited signs, because it came up with the warrant committee, under C, under prohibited signs, Roman numeral 7, window signs which cover more than 25% of the window or which obstruct the middle third of the window, that whole line. One of the warrant committee members said, well, if I want to put up a big sign at my house, a political sign or something that covers, does this regulate me? And do we need to put insert the words commercial in here, or is this in that specific instance? Because I don't think I want to get into, I don't know, maybe it is for across the board, but on that particular
You
line.
could make it really easy and say no signs at all in town.
There, no sign.
Not where you're going.
So I don't know if that addresses that concern by, if we said,
Well, to answer the question,
Yeah.
yes, as currently written, it would.
Yeah.
Because, again, we're not getting into whether it's commercial speech or
Right.
non-commercial speech, but we're saying that if you've got a window, we don't want more than 25% taken up of it. So if you've got a big picture window in your living room and you want to put something up, that's
Yeah.
a message facing outward to everyone.
yeah.
Yes, as written, this would say you can't cover more than 25% of the window.
I mean, not that we would see that, but
But you couldn't limit political signs that way.
You technically can't, but that's why this becomes, you can regulate appropriate time, place, and manner. So you can, just like we can say, okay, someone can put a huge political sign out in their front lawn. We can say it has to be 15 feet back from the property line. And it can't, be taller than X because maybe that obstructs people's views. So we could.
so maybe just put commercial, could we maybe just state commercial? And I'll use the
Or-
example of one of the issues that I've noticed, and sometimes it happens in Milton, is like for a liquor store, they cover it with like half the sign, or covered with beer, all their signs, because they're trying to block the sun, I think, from I don't know, but they'll fill like half the window in East Milton Square is liquor. I mean, so I think that would cover this. Not that we could change anything currently the way it is, but going forward to prevent that from happening. So would we just say for commercial, or just keep it for residential as well? But if it's political signs, we would not have jurisdiction over that.
Right, I mean, I think what this is aimed at, though, when you read it, I think what the drafter had in mind was commercial buildings, because, yes, I suppose somebody might put that up in their picture window of their living room, if that's what they want to do. But it also talks about, or transparent door such that, the view is not blocked.
Right.
I think we are thinking of going in and out of
Yes,
those
safety.
commercial stores, before if somebody's coming out, and if the transparent door is completely obscured with advertising, we're not going to see somebody coming at us till the door literally hits us in the face.
Right.
So it might be better to just say window signs that cover more than 25% of a commercial window or a
Yeah.
commercial door.
Yeah. I think that would be probably better just to add that. So, and just going back to your, the sign, we're on the page 2, sign standard informational. Does anyone have any opposition in taking that out?
No.
No, I don't.
No.
That was
Yeah.
a suggestion.
No problem.
I think we can strike that.
So you, I noted, I think 13, Carolyn, you had 13 different items. How do you want to do this now? How do we want to do this?
Yeah, most efficiently.
Right.
Well, I mean, if there's some low-hanging fruit, like we agree, let's delete this one, maybe we can knock those out right now. If there are still, sounds like we haven't completely sorted through the sign review committee role. So maybe that's something that requires a little further discussion another day. Or maybe we get to the end of the meeting and a suggestion is, why don't we try to develop some parameters where signs that check off these boxes are as of right and can be approved simply by a building permit by the building commissioner. Signs that then add these elements or exceed a certain size, maybe those go to the sign review board.
I'd like to make a suggestion on this and really not have us try to figure that out here. I think we should simply ask the sign review committee if there are any signs, that
we could-
otherwise would be theirs that they think should go directly to Michael and just see what they say. Instead
we
of
can do
us
that.
trying to decide what might and what
And I
might
can
not.
get, I can get in touch with John and then get back in touch with Liz and Carol and convey,
Okay.
and then have that language sort of ready to circulate. That makes sense.
But as far as the low-hanging
Yeah.
fruit ones, if you want to go through from the top,
Yeah, that's what I just was going to try to,
yeah,
we want to take out the freestanding off premises, right? And just say a sign larger than 50 square
well, the
feet.
question there is, and I think we can come back to it if we're not ready to
this-
decide, but whether we need the definition at all, if we just are dealing with the size, as I think that was the earlier discussion
Are we
that we
talking about
had.
sign area? What are we talking about?
Under definition.
Billboard design,
So,
or billboard sign.
First one.
So
Yeah,
there
I
were two
was-
things there, right? There were the sign, the size, the 50 square feet, and
Right.
whether or not we keep off premises or not, right? Was there anything
Right.
other than those two
Well,
items?
I think Carolyn had said, is it really just triggered by size? And therefore, do you really need, well, I guess, is it still considered a billboard then, no matter the size? Because normally people think of a billboard, I think it's on a pedestal and on the roof. You don't think of a wall mount as a billboard. So that's where the size is not going to be sufficient maybe, because if it's on the side of a building, like I use extra space storage as an example, where they have lots of blank facade, and if they had a big sign on their facade, that's not necessarily a billboard in my eye. So I think if we did say, I do think we need to look at the 50 square feet as a billboard. Separately, we need to look at all of our square footages, like I said before. I'd like the sign review committee to give us, I know you said John before, and he looked at it, but I would like to have an understanding, if all these sizes passed, do we think that we'd have a lot of pre-existing non-conforming signs out there? Because I don't feel like we should pass zoning that puts a lot of signs out of compliance. Just like I don't think the town should have passed zoning years ago that put a lot of houses out of compliance. That's just my opinion.
So I guess the general question on this billboard sign, do we allow billboard signs?
No. Well,
It's not clear.
it's not clear, it's not been clear.
No, I
Let's
guess
Yeah.
just say that that's prohibited in this, that if you're gonna keep that, we should change the name, because that's telling you what you can do
Right.
Yeah.
for a billboard, but then it says it's not allowed.
Where I'm going, we shouldn't even include a definition of a sign we don't allow, or a sign we don't want, right?
Well, we're identifying
You
it
have to know
to
what it is.
prohibit it, I think, is what we're trying
No,
to do
not in the
here.
first one.
Right, we're identifying the definition of
Definition.
billboards so we can prohibit it in the prohibited sign section, I think is what
Right,
we
that's right.
determined we're trying to do here. I was thinking with the billboards to get, I don't know if you can do this or not, but could you peg it to the height of the building? Say no sign is allowed more than a foot above the highest point of the building? It doesn't alleviate the wall sign, but it would
That
stop
was
anyone from doing a billboard sign.
under prohibited
Above a roof,
signs,
on a roof.
number
Signs
9.
are prohibited.
It says signs located on the roof of a building of which extend above the roof line are prohibited.
Oh, great, then so it's in there.
Yeah. under,
So under billboard sign, should it say a sign that is on top of a building?
That's what I was thinking. Peg it to, but it might be redundant.
maybe it's already covered then with number 9 under prohibited signs.
So what's our concern with this? Somebody can still do a billboard? Like, why are we spending so much time on this? That with this definition and putting this definition in the prohibited section, someone can still somehow do a billboard sign?
I think I'm going to assume that the intent behind including it was to make it clear. And I know this all goes back to that off-premises language. The idea being, it's one thing, you're a business owner.
Right.
And you want to put up a sign to advertise your business, and maybe you have multiple signs for various reasons. But we don't want a billboard that is purely advertising, but not advertising the business conducted on that same site.
And the legalese at the word premises takes care of that, right? So another lawyer looking at this would say, you know what? You can't do this.
Carolyn,
Right.
might
So
have,
maybe we
So-
should just make it off-premise signs and scratch the billboard because,
Well, we can make it a little more clear what that means to
you know what you
folks.
could do though, Carolyn? You could add a definition of off-premise sign.
Yes,
Add
it
that,
could be.
leave the language the way you wrote it, and then add another definition that is an off-premise sign is a sign, and, right?
Or what we could do is just prohibit off-premises signs.
But some people might not understand that.
Right, but if we define off-premises
Okay,
sign,
yeah.
and then we prohibit it, we're not specifically talking about billboards.
Yeah.
We're talking about, anybody who just, I don't know, puts up a sign on property that advertises, the storage facility, but it's located on my front lawn.
Well, then you have like people who do roofing and they put their sign up in the yard of the company or at the place that they just replaced the roof. They don't have their business there, but they just did that project.
But we have
Or the
an ex-
landscaping company or the whatever. Oh,
But we
there.
have an exemption for like contractors,
Okay.
only for so long as the
temporary
project
signs.
is ongoing.
Okay.
So if they're having their kitchen remodeled and they have the name of the contractor out front, they'd be allowed to keep it out there. Again, provided it meets the size. But I think we can accomplish this by just calling it an off-premises sign.
So I guess devil's advocate, could I put up a sign on the side of my building that's giant that advertises my own business? Or at that point, it falls under sign review? Because that's not an off-premise sign, it's still huge. How does that?
But we haven't entirely fleshed out what's going to sign review yet. That still kind of remains to be
All right.
seen.
Okay.
I suspect we're going to see that signs of a certain size
Gotcha.
or beyond a total signage, in the aggregate. If you've got multiple signs and it exceeds whatever the maximum limit is, I would guess we're going to start to see those things go to the sign review board.
Okay,
I
good
shouldn't
enough.
say start to see. I think they're already.
They will go.
being
Yeah.
seen. Yep.
Yeah.
Good.
And can I just
Yeah.
make a quick point? I think you're already going to be limited, though, in terms of what you're allowed to do.
Yeah, yes, that's
Based
what
on
I'm
the
hoping.
size of your building?
Yeah.
So, I mean, so far, I don't think people necessarily take advantage of like how big they could go. So it's definitely something to think about, for sure.
And the other thing about, well, if it's off premises, I'm just thinking, what if the town was approached? I'm just giving a scenario. So the town was approached, and there's a lot of money that people will be paying to advertise. So you have a town-owned parcel, and the town needs revenue, and you've got somebody wanting to put a massive billboard, and it just happens to be that that select board at the time thinks, gosh, we really need the money, so they allow something on town-owned property.
So we do have, again, exemptions for things on town-owned property. We should take a closer look at it.
Yeah.
But one of the first things that came to mind for me was athletic scoreboards. Coca-Cola up
Yeah.
at the top, or whoever it is that's
Right, right.
advertising. That we have included exemptions and prohibitions. So we should make sure that we're, again, capturing the types of signs like scoreboards on athletic fields would be exempt from the sign bylaw altogether. So could they?
Do we want it exempt?
So I think a billboard, we would want to not be exempt on town property. we would want that to be prohibited.
Yeah, it would be prohibited, yeah.
Well, I keep thinking of like, you see a billboard down by Ink Block that's actually blocking windows to a unit. So if you had a scoreboard, I mean, everything's so close in Milton to one another, you know, it's like, so if you have, our fields are like right on top of people's houses. I just feel like, you know, some level of reasonableness needs to be thought of with these things. And not that you don't think everyone's reasonable, but you do see instances of it, so.
Maybe it should not be
Maybe
exempt.
it's a certain distance from a residential property or something like that. It just feels like there could be some unintended thing pop up.
Yeah.
I know some time ago, a neighbor to Curry College came in and had a lot of concerns about the lighting of the fields at night and the light that was trespassing onto their property, for example. So we have Curry College, we have La Brea, we have Milton Academy, you know, so it's not unreasonable to think that there could be some pretty big things that go up with fields. So I'm not sure they.
And it doesn't just have to be scoreboards.
Yeah.
You know, you look at most like baseball fields, for example, and the signs, like the banners that are now embedded in the chain link fences, because all local businesses are making a contribution, but, you know, they want to get their advertising out of it too.
Is the scoreboard, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, we would want to continue that. I wouldn't want to prohibit that. The banners, because that's like, supports the team, right?
You're on,
Sponsors, like sponsors.
Yeah.
Yeah, sponsored by Thayer Nursery. You get
on
the
the
banner up
outfield
there.
fence on
That's why you give
all
them
our
money.
baseball fields.
So maybe
Right.
billboards is just something that we call out as,
Well, I think signs of a certain size
certain
makes
size,
a lot of sense, because, you know, a small sign, like the banners that are on the light poles that go down Guile Road that are the, you know, sponsors,
They're nice.
they're tasteful. But if you get into something that's really big, a huge banner sign, like, you know, like you see on fencing, honestly. I mean, now all of a sudden you can't see through the fencing. Is that a safety issue then? You know, does somebody feel as safe if they're, you know, somebody could be behind the fence? I mean, I do think
Over a
signs
certain
of a certain
size.
size should have some review,
So
rather
maybe
than,
we
I mean, just building department review maybe, but some review.
We have so many items out there loose and
Yeah,
unanswered.
we're all over the place.
And as the conversation goes on, we create more. My opinion on the scoreboard, I don't think a scoreboard's a sign. And if Curry College wanted to put a scoreboard, you know, up on one of their fields, I think they're coming in to apply for a building permit.
Yeah.
That's my opinion, but I don't know.
But if it
Mike.
has advertising on it,
Well, you know.
and the Coca-Cola sign's lit up 24/7 because it's exempt.
I know, it's not, you know, I mean, most of the signs in towns like this don't have a lot of advertising on the signs. I don't see any, but
So it seems like lighting is the main thing. So do we really care if it's, you know, Pepsi is on the Curry College sign? I don't think we really care it says Pepsi, but we probably don't want it lit up. However, my favorite sign in Milton is the Pepsi lit up sign on the Pepsi building.
Yeah.
I love that sign, and I love when it's lit up.
But would you love it if it was just being proposed today?
Yeah, I know, right, and it's a historic sign. But I think it's just the hours of operation. If it's lit and, you know, Curry, I think the neighbor at Curry probably would have been happier or wouldn't complain as much if the lights went off. He could be assured the lights were off at 9 p.m.
And sound systems.
so let's put a
And-
pin in that and think about it on the town-owned property. The question is, did we want to take window displays as being exempt out? Or do we want that to be subject to some sort of?
It's a part of doing business, right? A window display?
Well, I guess, you know, you can think of window displays can mean different things. You know, if you're looking at holiday window, you know, holiday window
what I'm thinking,
displays,
yeah.
you know, there's things that are festive. I think that partially is covered, but somebody could also say those, again,
The liquor bottles.
the liquor bottles, or
You
yeah.
got a
I
good point with,
changed the-
you got a good point with that.
The wine out and the beer out, so it's temporary, right?
Yeah.
And they're just always.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
switched,
right,
I'm
every
rotating.
day I put a new sign up.
So
Mannequin today, Amstel tomorrow.
That's sort of what
Temporary.
I'm thinking. So maybe, I think we
But if
do
it's
want,
a
and
nice
maybe that's
display
something
of
that,
wine bottles,
no, it's not, no, it's cardboard.
you know.
It's cardboard pictures of, yeah, it's not,
You know,
because I would be all in favor for that. That's
Yeah, I
lovely.
mean, I do have sensitivity to a small business owner who's trying to attract a consumer. And sometimes if you're, I know we talked about Stevie's earlier today, and, you know, I mean, his business is dependent upon whether or not he can get people to walk in the door and buy a slice of pizza, you know, and, you know, the guy who has the liquor store, they're the same, or Brugger's, or, you know, I mean, they're in a fight for survival, so you know, I understand our desire to have it tasteful, but at the same time, you know, we don't want to hurt the businesses that are in town that, you know, feel like they need an opportunity to utilize their windows, you know, to make their business work. Right?
And then how far does the term display go? Like,
That's
I
right.
think of like
That's right.
Fileen's where you have a mannequin with clothes. That's a
Exactly,
display.
yeah.
We're going to make
That's
them
why
get
I
a
think
permit
we
for
should
that or
take
go
window
before a committee
displays,
for that? I mean,
because I think it's so,
yeah.
it's very subjective. We're obviously not going to make anyone change anything right now, but
Then I think we should have a definition of what display is, because, you know, one person's signage, they might say that's a display. I'm displaying something. I think,
Difference.
right?
Yeah.
It can be very discretionary without a definition.
yeah. And to your point, like, I understand when you see, like, okay, there's just that one place has neon, you know, placards all across it. So that's one but then then that next neighbor is going to say, well, he got to do it, so why can't I do it?
Right.
And then the next thing you know, you do look like Route 1
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
Saugus.
Yeah, it's finding that balance where you're not depriving
that-
the business from.
Right, having some
they need.
consistency.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Well, do you think of a window display the same way then on the following page 5, where we've got window signs, that we were just talking about, that you can't cover more than 25% of the window? Do we combine that with a window display, so that whether it's signs or some kind of display, either way, you can't cover more than 25% of the window? Or is that too prohibitive to small businesses?
If you think of some business display, like, let's just say the example of like a department store, well, their display has like the mannequins, but they have a backdrop, so you're not actually even seeing into the space. And then yet you look at other small businesses and you expect to see at least at some level. That's why you put the glass requirements. That's why you don't cover all the glass requirements. So, you know, if you're able to sort of cover everything with a window display, then
I like what Carolyn is suggesting. Maybe we just have it,
Combine it with
combine it with,
And I guess the question is, the 25%, you know, limiting the coverage to 25%, is that too much? Do we go higher than 25%?
I could, again, ask the sign review committee this question, because they're the ones who've been reviewing these applications more so than us. And we should look at is there something in our design guidelines in the business districts? Because those were suggested to us by.
we also had signage,
Yeah.
I mean,
So if I may, the guidelines for, the sign guidelines address window displays. Window displays are the most direct form of advertisement to attract pedestrians. Creative and changing displays add an element of color and vitality to the shopping district. Simple and organized displays are the most effective. The use of many paper signs in the window should be avoided, as it tends to confuse rather than inform. Displays that have become outdated or obsolete should be removed. So it kind of circles back on that same thing. Like, this is all sort of like advisory, right? And it's the sign review committee's sort of, they're what's the word I want, sort of, they would weigh in as to whether or not something sort of like crossed that threshold, you know? So, you know, some of this stuff has been sort of anticipated in these guidelines. They will need to be updated. They,
Yeah.
in a perfect world, they'd be hand in hand. So, yeah, so some of it, I think, is sort of like the approach of how this has been done over the years, and sort of, you know, like, is it, you know, are you wanting to make it more sort of, you know, less of this kind of, you know, more fluid sort of approach, and more kind of, you know, specific to, you know, to these numbers and these ratios and these percentages, and so, but anyway, that's.
So that brings me to looking at the definition of sign, and it seems like display is included in the definition of sign. See if you all see it that way.
Well, it does say display. Yep.
Sign.
An object,
Right.
an object
I mean-
would be like what you're selling, right?
I had a case once as to whether or not a miniature Eiffel Tower in front of a French restaurant, is that a sign?
The word
Our
number.
Superior Court said no. Okay.
So it does get tested, yeah.
But you could see, you know, it went perfectly for advertising and calling attention to a French restaurant.
Yep. So I think we can just take out window displays from exempt.
And then should we take display out of the definition of sign, so that we aren't?
That's
That's what I was thinking when I read that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then take window displays out.
Yeah, the number 3. Under exempt.
And then would you want me to combine that then with the window signs, the 25% coverage on page 5? So that it could be, or do we not want to get into window displays?
That's,
You know,
I'm,
is there a difference to us between a window sign where we have Bud
Yeah.
Light, Corona, you know, or
Right.
whatever's
Lottery.
being
Yeah.
advertised?
I think
Yeah,
there's a
you know,
difference.
That's our intent here, right?
versus
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's,
A wedding shop
it's,
that's got.
that's got a, yeah, got a wedding
Yeah,
out
exactly.
in the window,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So,
We'll send you to every store in Milton, Michael. Every retail store, you're gonna hit them all.
I mean, in my opinion, a display is different. I mean, I look at my
Yeah.
window displays. You know, I have ornaments hanging down, I've got plants coming up. You
Yeah.
know,
I think about the convenience stores that put all the lottery tickets, the whatever, the stuff, and they cover all the glass, and stuff is going like this. And I think
Yeah.
that's the sort of thing where
We're trying to-
they're advertising their product by what it is. So are they going to say that's a display of what they sell there?
but it's plastered to their windows. It's not actually sitting on a shelf.
So is it
So I think
display
adding the
class?
displays to the 25% language makes sense. Take it out of the prohibited, I mean the exempt, and then add displays to that 25% coverage. I think that,
I think Maggie might also be onto something, though, by saying that's affixed to the window.
Right.
But can we think of any where it's not necessarily affixed, but it is blocking the window?
If you put a shelving unit in front of the window and then put all your products on the shelf.
Yeah.
But what if you come in the store and you can access them from inside the store? It happens to be full of Twinkies and you grab one from the inside. But on the outside, all you see are Twinkies. Is that merchandising or is that blocking 25% of the window? You know, where does this end?
Right, and we did
12 o'clock.
have, right under window displays, what would be exempt is product dispensers at point of purchase displays.
Are exempt
Or your-
from blocking more than 25% of the window.
Are
Right.
considered
Yeah.
exempt from the sign bylaw. So is your Twinkie display in the window?
Yeah,
I would consider that to be a product.
yeah. So it doesn't apply
As
here.
long as you can buy it,
Purchase
right?
display,
Yeah.
and not a sign. But when you are actually affixing something to the window, whether you're painting over it or frosting it temporarily, using chalk, or you're putting cardboard signs up, or maybe that's now a sign.
Okay, that's. And temporary holiday lights and decorations are exempt.
Yes.
So that would be for, yeah.
We might also want to say seasonal, not just holiday.
Holiday?
But do we want to say seasonal?
Seasonal, that's good.
decorations?
Yeah,
Yeah.
temporary seasonal. Okay. So that was page 4. Then 5, we were adding commercial to number 7. And then under the application, on page 6,
I didn't change anything there.
yeah. 'Cause
Really.
why don't we talk to John and I'll find out what the committee's comfortable saying. No, we don't need to see that if, limited change. So, you had a question about awning. I can ask,
Right, that really just goes to sign area, because I would
Yeah.
not consider, I would consider the sign on an awning to be, just where the lettering is.
Right.
But is it the entire fringe where the lettering hangs? Or is it the entire awning? What if it is on the top of the awning as well as, say, the valance?
right.
How do we measure that if we're going to limit someone to a certain total amount of square footage?
Great, so I'll ask John about that.
And we wouldn't want a sign above an awning and then it printed on the awning as well.
So that's.
Could be
That's-
the
that's-
logo
that-
or some Dunkin' Donuts on
Yeah.
top and then whatever, something
Yeah.
else.
You'd have to treat the awning as part of the square footage of the
Yeah,
sign.
yeah, okay. So we're including that, okay.
All right, so,
So on the special permit,
yeah,
I think you have a good point about why do you need a special permit?
right.
So you either have signs that are prohibited or signs that are not. Signs that are not go to the building official. Most of them are going to go to the review
ZBA.
ZBA. If he denies, they can appeal to the ZBA. That seems like all
Yeah.
you need.
Yeah.
I agree with you on that one.
Okay.
So we just take out that whole section. Yeah.
Right, that'll just become for pre-existing non-conforming signs,
Yeah.
basically.
Does that just mean a title change, Carolyn?
Well, we're also going to get rid of the subparagraphs 1 through 5 with all of those reasonable relations and compatibility, because if it's now only going to be a special permit to alter a pre-existing non-conforming sign, the state standard is just not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood, and not the rest of that.
So we answer I think it should be all signs that are commercial signs, not just those in the business district. Do we all agree with that?
For the special permit findings?
No, for that this bylaw applies to. In other words, so you have like the fruit center, or you have the.
Corner market.
There's so
that's-
many places, the
yeah.
markets, like,
All commercial. Yeah.
All commercial, yes,
Yeah.
all commercial.
Randolph
I'm tracking.
Ave, I think, is all residential zone.
right.
Yeah,
Does,
all commercial signs.
Is this under the design review required? You have a highlight there.
Right.
Is
because-
that the topic we're on?
I think so, yes, because I think it goes to Cheryl's
Right.
point of,
This is-
is the sign review board going to have review of all signs?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or just signs in the
Absolutely.
business district?
Yeah. So this is 5B. My
Yes.
opinion is all signs.
All
Yeah.
signs?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yep.
get rid of the words.
In the
all-
business district.
District.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because it could be something on a historic property too that they want to fit in.
Events,
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
property,
exactly.
yeah, the Jimmy Stone,
So
yeah.
shouldn't this read all signs requiring a sign permit?
Yes, it will.
Okay.
It will. Yep. And I can change the processing time if 60 days seems to be the maximum for the sign review board. It might be
think
less,
that's- yeah.
but 60 days max should be enough time if they need to have a public
I think
hearing
so.
to
I think
advertise?
that, and I'll confirm with that with John too, the 16th.
Can I ask a question on the sign review committee? So this is really where we define the sign review committee, right?
Yes,
This is the only place in town that
yes,
identifies how the sign committee is formed?
yes.
Okay. So, is it 5 members right now, Liz? You are one of the 5.
Yes, yep, 5 members.
And does it work the way that, I mean, it does say that, I'm just curious how it's made up. You have to be either a resident of Milton or an owner of a business that's in Milton. So that could be a person that isn't a resident, but they own a business here. Right? Is that how the membership is made up now? Do we have
I believe.
They're all residents of Milton.
all residents?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
No
and I
business
know there's at
owners.
least one business owner.
There's one business owner, yeah.
Happens to be a resident and a business
And
owner.
I
Yeah.
think 2 architects as well.
Okay.
And 2, well,
There was one, is Ray Bell still on?
no, unfortunately, he was
He was on for
the
a long
first one
time,
I
and
got for, he was
owned
the one who I
signage.
really wanted to be on there.
And he was on
Yeah,
the,
he rolled off. There's a graphic artist, two architects, a graphic artist,
Small business owner, or is that the
small
graphic
business
artist?
owner. No, Deb Savona is the graphic artist.
Yeah, I like the makeup.
And-
So Liz, this, oh, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, they're appointed annually by the select board. That's how it reads.
I just have one question too about, does it need to be the director? Could it be the assistant director?
That was my question. It forces her to be on the
I mean, it seems to,
committee unless she doesn't.
what, it seems to me it could be either.
Sure.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to, that well gives you the discretion, Liz,
yeah.
to appoint Andre or, yeah.
Yeah, I honestly, I think a lot of this stuff, even the forms that are online are, reference the 2 planning directors ago. So, and I'm not even sure there was an assistant planning director position even at that time. So, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so I think this should say,
Or assistant, sure.
yeah.
Yep.
And who is the chair now? John?
John
Is it-
Sekowitz.
An architect.
Okay. Should we say chairperson, since we say chairperson for probably everything today? It says chairman.
Yeah. Yep.
Good. Yep.
Good catch.
Yes. Good.
You would have caught it. Maybe not tonight, but you would have caught it.
Business districts. Okay.
So on 6, you have a question highlighted in yellow, it looks like, I think, 6A.
That, you know what, we've addressed that now,
We
because
have.
that was highlighting that
That's-
standard informational signs.
Yep.
So since we're going to delete that,
We can just take that up.
yeah. I was suggesting
yeah.
some language instead that said, any ground sign with a sign area of less than 6 square feet
Okay.
and a height of less than 6 square feet if we want to plug something in there.
And I noted in my notes here earlier, when you were reviewing, I have written LED lights and illumination. Did we already cover those 2? You had brought something up in your,
Talked about like the gas stations and those types of things.
So we should probably take out, if we're going to,
What page are we on here?
sorry,
I was on 11, but just
10 or
paging
11?
through.
Yeah, that's, because it does have,
Because you had flagged the question of inconsistency with, in the page 11, number 8A, total sign area, with the zoning, current zoning.
Right, but I think you did clarify that the intent was to reduce it to 1.5 square feet per linear
Okay,
foot.
all right.
so I think we wanted to take, under illuminations, under F1 permitted, reverse lit signs,
Page you in,
10. So I think we would want to take that out. It would only be externally illuminated signs.
So that's it, okay.
And then otherwise it would go to the ZBA. And there are some times that they do think it's appropriate, but overall they said John, I think, thought should be in the prohibited
I
section.
think if that's the case, then too, we can also eliminate the definition for reverse lit sign.
Yes, yeah.
Because if we're going to say the only illumination has to be external, white,
Right.
steady, directed at the sign face,
That's just not practical for a big building like the 2 Granite Ave or the extra space
And that's when he
storage.
said it would be, that's when he said to avoid having it, that would be an exception. So he said that's when you would want.
But it's prohibited, so what do? They don't, they
go
go
to
in
the
and they
ZBA.
say, we need a different kind of sign, and you say, oh, you're gonna have to go to the ZBA?
is
Is that
That's-
clear?
that would be what I would
Yeah.
assume they do, is that, that's
yeah.
how they're handling it now?
Well, what they do is they say they're really not, but they make exceptions right now.
Why shouldn't that be a special permit then?
So
Going
maybe
back to-
so could we say that it's
Make that a special
prohibited except
permit.
for, or maybe that's a special.
I think that could be a special
Special permit.
permit, rather than being something you have to go to the ZBA for, and then you have to, what are you going there
But
for?
then a special permit from whom?
Wouldn't it
The
be a
building
fine?
department?
Does it make more sense to be a
Be
finding?
the building department?
No, you'd have to
ZBA.
designate someone as a special.
ZBA, I'd say
It
the
could be the zoning
ZBA.
Board of Appeals.
I'd say the
And
ZBA.
if it's, so you could treat it one of two ways. It could either be, it's not allowed, but are we then saying we allow the zoning Board of Appeals to grant a variance?
Right, that's what I
Or
was,
Yeah.
elimination? And I have to say, I don't really like that idea, because
Yeah.
how do you make your case that due to site, soil, and topography, you need to
Right.
have externally or reverse lit
Right.
signs? This would probably be better if you want to allow special permit by the ZBA.
Yeah.
And a variance runs with the building, because then what if a different owner comes in and it's a totally different type of sign?
Right.
You know, it's
Yeah.
no longer catches law, it's something else. Is that where this is, we're talking about?
well,
No.
instead of having it be prohibited and have to go to the ZBA for a variance, put back in the
It's the
idea that you
yeah.
can have a special permit for this purpose.
But that's a good, special permit is renewed every 5 years?
But the special
But the
permit would
variance
be
is in
for that
perpetuity?
business only, right?
Goes with the
Business
special
chance, or would that
permit.
run?
Should be forever with the
Right.
land, the property.
Yeah.
Special permit should be forever also?
That typically, if the same use of the same thing,
Yes.
if they would
Yeah.
keep having that right,
All right. What
That's
did
my
I
problem.
have? Thinking
the
it,
variance might actually, that if they
Events,
had a
chairs out
specific
front,
sign,
I
they
had it.
granted to the variance, and another person came and it was
conditional variance.
slightly different, that might not work. The more flexibility with a
I
special
don't think you'd
permit.
ever have a sign qualify for a variance,
Yeah.
really, unless you,
Yeah.
at least, let me put it this way, not for an illumination variance, because I could make 1,000 reasons as to why do you need that illumination? Why can't you do it this way? So I think if you want to allow some flexibility on the illumination, I think the way to go is to set it up as a special permit,
Yeah,
and I would suggest just to go with the ZBA.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
And that special permit lasts as long as that tenant is there or that owner is there, or does it renew every 5 years?
They can be of a limited duration, or they can just run with the land. It
So they can
depends on what
condition
you
the special
decide.
permit?
Or until there's a change. So my original special permit had no expiration until I wanted to change it,
Really?
my original.
Okay.
Okay, that sounds
Never should have changed it,
that
huh?
sounds good.
I didn't change it.
So how would that process work? Would it go to the sign review, they'd reject it? More than likely, the zoning board's gonna want something in
Yeah.
writing from me.
Denial
defining
letter,
Why
yeah.
are they going?
And John said he would draft a letter supporting the sign and saying, explain, this would be a,
Why
If it-
why an exception should be
Right.
made.
If it was this type of, that type of illumination that's prohibited, wouldn't it just go directly to Wouldn't it just go directly to the ZBA, or do you have to bring it to the sign review committee first?
But we're saying is don't make it prohibited, make it only by special
Special
permit.
permit. So,
Okay.
so we would carve this out as a sign only allowed by special permit, or illumination only allowed by special permit. If you want that to go to the sign review board as well, I can build that in. If you
That
just
makes
wanted to
sense.
go straight to the zoning board of appeals, we could set it up that way.
I think it should go to this.
Yeah, because I'm not sure
Any
what the
internally lit sign
ZBA,
goes to
if
the-
they actually
And then it still
understand
requires
what they
special
would be
permit.
looking at.
Lots of zoning boards look at signs and say, what am I supposed to
Yeah.
do with this, right?
And they could say, we support this sign because it's a certain size, a certain,
Yeah.
So Carolyn, what we're saying is it goes to the sign committee, sign review committee first.
I think they could file for the special permit with the zoning board of appeals. I think it should be referred to the sign review committee, who would then make a recommendation back to the zoning board of appeals prior. And if they don't make a recommendation within 60 days, it's deemed no objection, I suppose we
Right.
could put it that way.
Makes sense.
that makes sense.
I had a dream while I was washing my hands in there that when I came back in here, this was.
I was thinking the same thing.
That's why you stayed in
I
there.
was,
We are almost done.
I was gonna watch it.
Page 10.
The only thing I did catch on 9.
Great minds think alike.
Sorry, I'm going back. I
Can't
just,
go backwards.
oh, so under
I'm gonna bring
right
up
of way,
billboards one more time.
should we add,
I have to, I got a question.
should we add, except for, should we somehow put sandwich boards in here?
I
Because
can
it's-
address that, how's it,
Okay,
so
yeah.
that we make an exception.
With exception, except for.
I just wanted
Sandwich
to make
boards.
sure that as I was compiling this, like, is this really
Yep.
like an intentional change
Right.
or not?
Are we on page 13 now?
We are. That's good.
Then looking through these sidewalk signs, I think you're right about moving all the bullet points to the guidelines.
Okay.
Yep.
Do it. Love it.
Okay, and if we're doing that, then I definitely want to make sure we put some language in here that this, if there's any conflict, that this rules, not the other document.
If there's any conflict, the bylaw rules or the guidelines
bylaw-
rules?
the bylaw
Yeah.
rules.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
Because there's definitely going to be some conflict.
Oh,
So
right.
until these get updated,
Updated, right.
Yeah.
there's going to be conflict. So if there is conflict, it's crystal clear that, don't look at this, look at this only.
So this is
Could
a
we
place
keep
to
the
use our
bullet
dollars.
point that mentions the commission issues a sticker for it? Because we've actually had the code enforcement swipe signs that he didn't know was approved by the selectmen because there was a communication gap.
Oh,
So I actually said that there should be a sticker on it so you know that they're legit or not.
I do agree with you on that one, Michael. I would also suggest that the one that says the sign shall not exceed 24 inches in width and 48 inches in height, I think that's one we should keep in the
Yep.
bylaw. But like I said, shall not protrude on the sidewalk, shall be free of sharp edges, shall be stable. I think that can all be in guidelines.
And you wanted to keep the sticker in the zoning, or you want to put that in the guideline?
It'd be nice in the zoning, so that's
Okay.
clear cut that they need that.
All right, so we're going to keep 2 of these bullet points then?
should we say
Size
the
and
sign shall only be displayed in front of the place of business? And keep that in? Would that ever be something we would,
Would it ever be
I don't know if anyone would,
to a side or,
yeah.
That'd be off-premise advertising.
Trying to,
it is off-premise advertising.
There are.
It's on a public sidewalk now, probably our private
Although
property.
I will say there are examples, and I'll just use Osteria Madre. Occasionally we'll do a sandwich board, but they'll put it at the top of put it up on Adams Street so that people know that there's a restaurant there. And I don't have a problem with that. But so I don't know if that's considered in front of the I mean, technically it is in front.
Yeah,
It's
and
just
again, I do
further
a
away in
sandwich
front.
board out on Route 28.
And the farmer's market does them at various places.
do, yeah.
They're not on premises.
So if a sandwich board requires a permit under this bylaw, it's not coming to the sign review committee, is it?
No.
No,
No,
what happens? So
that would
for the
be-
scout read sale, we call, I think it's the secretary of the select board?
It goes to the select board because it's.
Yeah, and they
the
approve
public
it for
property.
2
Public
weeks or
property.
something. Yeah.
Okay,
Lynn DiNapoli, I think is her name.
Right.
okay, all right.
Okay.
Just want to make sure.
Okay.
But technically, you
those-
do have
yeah.
to have a permit for those.
Okay.
You violator.
I think that was it. Is there anything else? Anyone else?
Penalty section, you mentioned at the
Penalties,
last,
yeah.
last page.
Yeah, that's really more food for thought.
For enforcement.
There was a penalty, the penalty schedule that you see here was what was proposed in the July draft, but it also referenced, the other provision of the zoning bylaw. And so when I went to make sure that cross-reference was correct, it's when I noticed that this isn't the same schedule
Okay.
of fines that you find in other sections of the zoning bylaw, which is fine. You might decide that certain violations warrant perhaps a higher or a lesser penalty, that's fine. It was just more of an observation that if you were thinking of making those things a little bit more standard, so every first offense is always $50, $100, $300, however you want to stagger it. But it's not critical to the sign bylaw.
So I do think that there should be consistency across the town as to what fines. Because I've been subject to inconsistent, flagrant, made-up fines.
I actually inquired about that. I think the 21D statute says you have to list it, because I wanted to utilize it, but I would have different fines for different situations.
You do.
In another community, I actually took that on and did it, got all the departments that had or wanted finable offenses, and we just did it. Building department, sign violation, blah, blah, blah.
That's great.
Zone, just broke out whatever it was,
That is something.
and then
we
put
should-
that in the zone, and this is it, because I didn't want to willy-nilly, most bylaws I've seen in the past that haven't been updated, it just says may fine up to 300 a day, without telling you
Yeah.
what the offenses are.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I
That
wanted
wouldn't
it to
get
be,
approved today.
yeah.
right.
I mean, I think it's fine if you want to keep the schedule in here. You might want to look more broadly at
the
other
numbers.
sections of the zoning bylaw going forward.
No, I don't see audible signs in here as prohibited. Is that something that
I
got taken out?
took that out
Did you?
because it was
Breaking
one
my
of those- It was one of those, I said, what's an audible sign? I mean, a sign that generates noise, and I'm thinking,
Yeah.
okay, well, are we now going to have like a sign that has to cross a certain decibel level over a property line? I thought,
Just anything that makes noise, I was thinking.
well,
I've seen them in the past that they were real estate signs. You pulled up and it said to turn the channel, blah, blah, blah. And in your vehicle, it gave you the rundown of what was for sale.
Oh, really?
There you go.
I mean, if you'd like me to add it back in, we can add it back in. It just struck me as something I had to say.
Yeah.
That was one I had never seen before.
I do have a decibel.
I forget where I saw
There you
it.
go.
Well, then you're all set. There you go.
Yeah, I forget where I saw it, but I just thought if I lived next to or near any sign that made noise every time someone walked by or something, it would drive me bananas. Even if I lived next door to a signal that said wait or walk.
Yeah.
And I could hear it from my house. That's where I was going with. Not that I want to get rid of traffic signals, but if I
That's
lived.
coming in the
yeah.
future when you walk by Brugger's. You're
Well, it's-
interested in an everything
Look.
bagel today, huh?
Yeah, right?
I mean,
I swear to God, my phone's listening to me.
So shall I add it back in?
Oh, no, it's up to the board. Whatever. I'm just bringing it up.
sure,
Yeah.
let's add it back in.
Audible signs, okay.
Thank you, board.
Just because you don't know with technology of things
Yeah. Yeah.
that might change, but this is great, Carolyn. Thank you so much for really.
You're ahead of you.
Would you like, I know you want to run this by the sign review committee. Do you want me to at least clean this up based on what we've discussed
Oh, yeah.
tonight?
That would be great.
Or you share that with them?
That would be great,
Okay.
actually, if you clean that up, and then I can send that over to John, and I can go over some of the
Okay.
questions that we have, but then have, have something that because I think our timeline
Tight timeframe.
is
yeah.
tight timeframe to try to get a draft
Is this for the Springtown meeting?
for the Springtown meeting, so to get it to the,
Right. For the, yeah, I had a conversation with the town administrator, and ideally, they would love to have something as soon as like a week from today. So I don't know if there's any chance.
I think we've done a lot of good work. I think that, it's up to Carolyn on your schedule, but it
I
seems
think
like minor
could
tweaks
You
would be
could
made.
share your updated draft with them at the same time as you share it with us. I don't know if that's, but they want something that's not ready to go to print, right?
No, but that's substantially, represents what is going to go in the warrant, because that's what the warrant committee is going to be reviewing.
Right.
So
Well, I think-
it's as close as, as close as we can get it.
Yeah.
So give them both of these and say we're gonna meet in the middle somewhere.
Well, I don't know that
No.
that helps anybody.
No, I think.
I'd say
It's going to be
Get it done as quick as you can. And
At least what we've accomplished tonight has
Yeah.
to be, captured, so, okay.
So can we ask them, well, we're meeting in 2 weeks, right? So, I mean, with another week. I mean, this is really pretty far in advance for town meeting, honestly.
I mean,
Sorry, but
No.
they're not used to all this time. They're not. Yeah, we can't do
And the
this.
warrant committee's got a lot on their plate now with
they got budget
budget.
issues.
They've got lots of issues.
I will certainly have a conversation with Nick about the
Say it's
timing.
coming, yeah. But it's pretty close. I mean, we're getting pretty close.
The reality is they already reviewed our prior draft, right? So
Right.
They should be happy that it's now half the length that it
Yes.
was.
Yeah, and they're familiar with it. It's easy. Yeah.
Yes.
Substantially
Yeah.
streamlined.
Yeah.
And they don't have to put the entire, I don't know, again, I know we're still new to this relationship, but you don't have to put the entire text of the zoning amendment in the warrant. It has to be available by the time you folks advertise a public hearing on it. It has to be available, but there can be enough of a placeholder in the warrant that we're amending the sign bylaw, copies of which are available at the office of the town clerk and the office of the planning and community development or on the website. I mean, that satisfies the select board's requirements, but by the time you go to a public hearing, yeah, people need to know what this looks like and what it says. So,
Right. Yeah, and I think some of the desire was to have it as close to final as possible, as soon as possible for the warrants committee's review. So that was the message that I heard.
I will do my best to expedite this, so that you have it,
That's great.
so that you can then circulate it, and keep within those timeframes.
Well, this has been terrific.
Can I
And,
ask one last question?
oh, yeah, and
So we have a piece of state-owned land in Milton that's on Granite Street. Is there any way to regulate that so they can't put a billboard up there? Or is that, we have no jurisdiction over state-owned land, right?
No.
Okay,
Nope, and they're not subject to our zoning.
right. That's what I thought. Good enough. Okay. Not that it would ever happen, but I'm just wondering if there was
Yeah.
something we could write in.
The outdoor advertising board's pretty tough on those, though.
Yeah?
They actually oversee anything along the highways and things
really?
like that, or near it.
All right.
NEPRA got they really were the organizers because it was, the Dorchester side
Right.
was equally as affected, and they were really concerned. It's not right, it was right on the Neponset River. There were multiple, so it was a large effort, and petition.
No one supported it.
No one supported it.
Although it could have brought tax revenue to Milton.
That's what I'm
Right,
thinking.
that's what you were thinking,
There could
right.
be a motivation for
That
it.
was what,
I'm just
2
wondering
years
if we
ago
can-
Well,
maybe,
that's
or
the
3
yeah,
years ago,
it's-
something like that?
Yeah, so it was fought hard.
That's all. Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so
Okay,
much. And
thank you.
yeah, and I know for a future, Nick is interested in possibly, we don't have a Airbnb article. I don't think it's anything that we could pull together, obviously, at this point. But in the future, if there is something that you've seen, there is a concern from Nick and I think the building department that there's been some,
And neighbors?
and neighbor residents in Milton about Airbnbs.
So I saw
Illegal
also
Airbnb.
short-term rentals.
Yes.
Yeah,
Do you want to prohibit them?
yes.
That's a quick
30 day.
change. That's a quick change of the use table, if we're prohibiting them.
All right, maybe we should talk to, or, you all can have that
think-
discussion, and we wouldn't need a whole entire article for it, but Nick was seeming to feel that it's enough of an issue
To prohibit or to
to
regulate?
prohibit Airbnbs.
So that was his request, is to have a prohibition?
That's what I thought, but
I honestly, I haven't done enough research into it to even, I understand that prohibiting them would be a pretty straightforward exercise, and regulating them is different. I'm not certain. I'm not certain if we're looking to regulate them.
So,
Yeah,
it
I-
I
seems-
think that'll be a tough sell at town meeting to prohibit them,
yeah,
unfortunately.
I think we need to.
I think, that's just my thought, but yeah.
I think that would require
the
some
fence.
public process if you're talking about a prohibition. Regulating them, I think there would definitely be support for, but a prohibition, I think, I wouldn't want to just bring that all of a sudden with no public process, all of a sudden to town meeting.
Well,
We'll do a
you'd
public
still
hearing
have
on
to
it.
amend the zoning bylaw. I was just, when I meant a quick fix, it's pretty easy to draft a zoning amendment to prohibit a use. It's a little more involved, as we saw tonight with signs, if you want to allow the use, where do you want to allow them?
Right.
And how do you want to regulate them? And what lots of towns put that under like a registration process through the Board of Health. But to answer the question, I do have samples I could share with you of what other towns have done that have chosen to regulate them. But that's kind of.
Well, if
do you know
If
many
it's-
that have prohibited?
Some have, and they just do it through like an amendment to their schedule of uses.
So if it's a problem and a quick fix is to prohibit, wouldn't that sort of put a stay on the problem until we have time to actually come up with
A regulation?
a regulation that makes sense?
I'm just thinking about, when you think about when Airbnb first started, it was to help like a homeowner who might need a little help, like maybe they have a financial trouble for the moment, maybe it's a health problem or a whatever, loss of a job, and it helps them keep their home for a period. A prohibition takes that option away from them immediately. I hear on the news, I don't know about Milton, but there's more foreclosures, for example. I just think we need to think carefully before a sudden prohibition.
Because right now, how are we handling it as a prohibition? Or
Are you
if
getting a
so-
lot of
If you
complaints?
get a call, do you shut them
It's Michael
down?
gets.
You can't, right?
Complaints.
Yeah, there's actually a section in there that allows no more than 3 unrelated, that the rooms could get rented, so that's a little different. The owner has to live there while they rent. So we are having a lot of the Airbnb complaints.
What's the nature of the complaint?
It's
noise?
usually the neighbors complaining about noise and
People
just
coming and going.
always different people, it's not a family living there where it's the It's quiet.
And what's the
There was a
recourse?
bus dropping like loads of people off at one property. Like, it's
Well, I know that a lot of places
Capitalism.
now,
Like
like
a bus
around the
came
world,
down.
are like having a lot of trouble because they've lost so much, like Barcelona, for example, you hear in the news, because they lost so much of their housing. They put a prohibition on it because of the amount of it. And they're more and more owned by corporations. That's a whole different
Correct.
thing than what it was started as. And so that's why I'd be curious, like, if that's the situation that we're seeing here, like the corporate ownership of these houses, or is it the homeowner?
So let's find out. We'll do our research and find out what needs to be addressed in this. And I just wanted to, while you're here, and just to maybe mention that might be something in the future that we'll be looking at.
But real quick, Michael, what's the recourse? Can you stop it at all with our current zoning? The Airbnb operation?
Well, if it's not listed, technically it's not allowed. So we typically start with a warning letter, give them 30 days and the right to appeal to the ZBA if they think we're wrong. And then usually another follow-up letter that states something like at the end, within 10 days you got to respond to it going to housing court.
Okay. But then at that point, if the people have moved, the Airbnb tenant
Yeah,
has
if
moved
they
out,
Get it.
There's
Get
no-
them out and shut the operation down, then it's over.
and they start up.
The other issue you do run into, and this was just a big issue in Nantucket,
Yes.
and it happens with a lot of Cape Towns where they have been doing bed and breakfasts and short-term rentals long before we ever called them that. We just called them
Right.
summer rentals. Nantucket, if you followed the Ward case at all, and a butter challenge because they didn't like all these different people who were coming into the house next door. And the issue all hinged on Nantucket had a long history of allowing these kinds of rentals of their homes. So was this a customary and incidental accessory use of a residential house? Now, it went up to the appeals court, and then town meeting finally just put an end to it by adopting a bylaw to allow short-term rentals. But it was the same thing. They didn't have a bylaw in place, and so the use is not considered allowed. All it takes is one neighbor to say, I don't like what's going on here, and then we're fighting about, but I have a long tradition of having rented my house out.
Right. So the defendant lost and he or she appealed, or
No,
They won and the neighbor
actually won
appeared.
at the first level. It was a little bit of a split decision about, the case was remanded back because the judge wanted to know, is a short-term rental, has it traditionally been a customary accessory use to residential uses on Nantucket? Have there been, despite whatever your zoning bylaw might say, have there been these uses of these residential homes traditionally over the years? Because if that's the case,
it's
then
precedent?
it's an accessory use.
Right.
So,
Yeah, that was.
But we don't have any Airbnbs in town either, right? There's not one. Do we know if there are any Airbnbs in town? There aren't any, right?
Official?
Yeah.
Yeah, there are.
It's no official.
right?
That's why we're. Yeah, that's
No, again, I'm just, yeah. So if we prohibit, we're not putting somebody out of business right now. Anyway,
I'd be
it's
amazed
all
if
good.
there weren't listings
Yeah.
on Airbnb.
Oh, you
Yeah.
can look
Yeah,
right now.
so that's
Yeah, you-
different. That's
I'm
a
talking
different
about a
question.
bed and
Like-
breakfast, not an Airbnb.
Oh,
A
bed and
legitimate
breakfast.
bed and breakfast.
No, bed and breakfasts
Did I
are
say bed and
not.
breakfast or
No,
Airbnb?
but we put that in the event that the town decided that they wanted to eventually, and we wouldn't have to go back and change the zoning. The bed and breakfast would be in here, but we currently aren't. They're not.
Don't have any, yeah.
We don't have any.
All right.
It's all good stuff.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Michael.
Yeah.
Ellen. We really appreciate it. Thank you for all you both are doing for us. So.
You guys are awesome.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of the night.
Yeah, I know. I tried
There's much left to it.
We have to stop at midnight.
Thank you.
Now let's stop moving.
Okay.
45 minutes.
That's it. That's all we got.
Yep.
We'll bring in the sleeping bags.
Yeah.
Thanks, Michael.
Yes. And then, so just the next item, and then I think we pretty much have covered everything. Just an update, I know CPC met last Monday, and as part of just rotating through different committees.
Yeah, so
Hear what-
the CPC, in the spring accepts applications, like they've been called eligibility applications, and then interviews all of the applicants and kind of gives feedback on the applications, whether they think it's eligible under the requirements, and then invites them for more detailed submission, which is usually due in September. And the committee has them come back in and we review again. And then see what the requests are against the available funding and see if there's adequate funding. So a lot of what's been done to date is there's some that are multiple year funding, like Peverly Playground, trying to get to a place where they can actually build. And a lot of it has been studies. In some cases, because it needs to be a study before it actually goes to some kind of an implementation. So we just voted to submit.
Put that up on the screen.
Yeah, the language to submit also. So what's up on the screen is the spreadsheet of the different applications. And you can see that the amount of funding that's available is just over $1 million, and that's been about what it's been. And we do hold some back for administrative expense. We've had a vacancy in the administrative, which has been a little difficult because there's a lot to manage, and so there's maybe some shortfall in what's on the website because of that. So just, I think, Maggie, you were looking for something, didn't find it. And there's members of the committee, who've been stepping up to fill in, but they can't do the website stuff for sure. So this year, one of the things that's different than prior years, there were not many applications under the historic preservation category. So there's a requirement to have 10% of the funding go to the 3 required categories: affordable housing, historic preservation, and open space and recreation. The rest of it can go discretionary to those 3 categories. But we didn't even get enough for the mandatory amount for the historic preservation this year. So there's a portion of that that's going into reserve for next year. Because that you can do that, but you can't take that and spend it on something else. So you see up there bicycle wayfinding that submitted under the open space and recreation. Well, you can see what's been common is a lot of them are coming in under the open space and recreation each year. This wayfinding would just allow for connections between different places that you can know that you can get from one place to another by bike with this wayfinding signage. And it's been done in Randolph, and this would be a continuation. And then the Brook Walk is a continuation of what was already funded for something like a feasibility study, background work. A firm was hired to look at all the land and how feasible, and divided it into different sections. So that was funded previously. This one is to take one section and advance that study a little bit further. No construction yet, but just advancing. The geofield is called out there. Let me find it on here.
It's a softball field.
Yeah, the softball field. There's protection that's being provided, as well as access improvements to get to the softball field. which is access from the parking lot at the high school down to that lower section. Tucker Playground, you can see all of the playgrounds have been funded by CPC. Tucker's kind of the last one. Wharf Park, I'll come back to that one. The Neponset River Estuary Project, again, that's a continuation of the work that's over by Granite Ave and the highway when you get off there. The Milton Landing boat ramp feasibility, that's for some due diligence work, continuing from a decade ago.
What ramp is that? The one in the end or the first one you see?
The first one, yeah. Because that one is very restrictive in who can use it. You know, you have to have that old
It's
historic.
that crane thing, right?
Yeah, that pulley kind of system. Peverly Park, that's the one I mentioned, has been coming back for a few years. That's by Sumner and Canton Ave.
Pope's
at
Pond?
Yeah, at the end of Pope's Pond. The Town Center Basketball and Bocce, that's sort of a combination with the Council on Aging and the Select Board. They would make improvements to the basketball court that's right here by Town Hall next to the fire station, and then add a bocce court.
Tough to maintain. Bocce.
But
Bocce court's tough to maintain.
And then renovating Andrews Field. There's been a few things for, there was going to be initial replacement, but the recreational master plan is underway right now with Parks Commissioners and Parks Department. That was funded through last year's CPC. So they may be coming back for some further improvements there. So then under historic preservation, Winter Valley has a historic garden that was connected to a historic house, which is on Highland. And so,
Olmsted designed.
yeah, so this is,
Olmsted's firm.
yeah, Pete Jackson volunteered to do a historic landscape research on this. And so it helped identify which section to focus on restoration in sort of this first phase.
So is
And
that
it's-
2,000 going to him?
No, he recused and he volunteered. He's not, the 40, they actually upped it to 40,000 to actually do the Pine Grove restoration. So it's actually physical. That's a physical, not a study.
He should talk to Georgia Lee. She has photographs and documents of the original
did get
gardens.
that, yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
That's good.
So he helped Marita Cronin, with this. He volunteered. He
great.
recused from the committee's votes on it, and he just helped the applicant.
Gotcha.
But the 40,000 would actually go to cleanup work in there. There's a lot of invasives and other stuff that's over time has taken away from what was the historic garden. He's got a report. I looked on the in the folder today for some of this. I couldn't find it there, so I'll have to do some asking of other members of the committee for some documents if you're interested in them. The Affordable Housing Trust. So the Tamposis came and asked for directly to the CPC for funding, and as was done with Winter Valley last year. The committee suggested that they go directly to speak to the Affordable Housing Trust. When I joined the committee, they had been doing this where applications were going to the recommendation was going to the Affordable Housing Trust because an applicant can come to them all year long, whereas for CPC it's only once a year. Mm-hmm. And so it provides more flexibility, and so that's and there's more expertise on the Affordable Housing Trust. So they have one member, from the Affordable Housing Trust, Tom Callahan. He's the chair of the CPC. But that's the way it's been going. So it was just sent over to them for their consideration. So the funding, the request was pared back a little bit from what was originally applied for in total on the Affordable Housing Trust, so to balance this out. And the Wharf Park was pulled out to be considered as the first one for bonding. You can bond larger projects, which has been done in other communities. We've been talking about it for about a year, about this, and we've talked with other, Tom Callahan's talked with other representatives about how to do that. We've had Joanna McCarthy, the town treasurer, in about the bonding. And we voted to send to town meeting an article which would basically approve $750,000 of bonding for Wharf Park. And the payment of that bonding would come out of CPC funds in future years. So what you would see a line item in the future that would be that project's bonding. Yeah. And it may be that other projects, like we know that Atherton Fire Station, is a large historic preservation request that could come in. And so maybe that's something that could get bonded in the future. So there was a lot of discussion about why, this, would be a good one to do as a first one. I mean, it's Milton Village, it's Milton Landing. It's could be, helpful to the attraction of people to Milton Village, which could help with the farmers market, which could help, which is really who applied for this originally, was the farmers market. To make
A great improvement.
we all know we reviewed the design. The design is similar. It was adjusted a little bit to help with the cost, but the concept of it is the same. That circle.
Do they have a final plan?
That's what was sent.
Yeah, they sent
They
us
just
one.
adjusted it, but it's the concept is the same. The diameter of the circle is a little bit different. The grading's a little bit different. But
we talking about the park?
You wanna
Or
pull it
did I
up?
See it?
Yeah.
Because I did address, you would reach out to me about the lighting, and I had
Oh, right,
to
yeah.
them, and they thought that that's something that they could address.
Okay, good.
Making it more of the.
But they removed the trees.
They're keeping one.
No, the existing, like the beach
One
Was this-
tree
was this- when was this sent out? Did I?
today.
today.
Oh, okay.
Because-
All right, just-
Yeah.
Sorry,
Okay.
but Maggie had gone looking for a presentation.
Can I turn the
and,
TV? You guys
No, I'm
mind?
good. I'm good.
Do you need it?
let's-
It's in the folder now,
Yeah,
so if
I'll-
you
I've
guys
got
want to
it
look
in
at
front of me,
it
but
later,
I was just thinking for you. Okay.
you'll have it in the in the folder too.
I wouldn't want that.
Let me find. I have it here.
Yeah, we don't need to spend time. I'll go look at it afterwards, but
Yeah, I don't know why I don't have it here. Somebody took my copy, maybe.
there.
All right, well, anyway, that's it, yeah. But the design is very similar to what we all saw before. Like I said, they addressed concerns about how much regrading they were doing, how the cost of that regrading. So they were able to keep the design and keep the handicapped accessibility by adjusting that. But and I think I've forgotten and sent that to you, Meredith. But
Yeah.
some question about the lighting being historic. They're at what they call 75% CDs. They had shared their construction estimates with us, but they just made these design changes, and so they don't have an updated construction cost estimate because they don't have their drawings at
Do they have
75%
specs
for this
on-
new. They still have steps, still the same.
Or specs.
Oh,
Like on any new, to see if they did change the lighting. Did they?
oh, I
include-
did not receive
or
anything new
materials?
from that.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I
I can call Scott and just see if
the
they.
committee is really more about
Yeah.
reviewing the funding more than reviewing design. So
Right.
we've had lots of conversations about that because some of us have wanted to weigh in on more design things, but it's really a recommendation about the funding.
So Cheryl,
So-
if you bond this, but then it comes in, and then you start construction and you have overages,
They have to raise they still have more money to raise.
they would have to raise more money at
Yeah.
that point.
They have an application into the, your committee, the Capital Improvement Committee.
Yeah, I know, we talked about that this morning.
Yeah.
And the thinking is that it's a nice to have, the park, but there are so many other things that are priority over this, that, you may get it, but it might not be for 3 years, 5 years.
Yeah, so that was one of the
I
questions we
wouldn't
had
depend on
too.
it.
If the bonding gets authorized,
Yeah.
and they don't have their funding available. They've been in conversations with Nick Milano, about that, like, can that authorization can still be there, but it not be included in the bond until they get the rest of the funding so that they can be shovel-ready. The committee, so we had a lot of questions about that. We didn't have Nick Milano at the meeting. It was,
Is the town putting the project out to bid?
yes, it would be a town project. So the consensus was that we would recommend the authorization to do the bonding. The actual bonding decision would be handled, by town. And it would be contingent, we understood contingent on them raising the other funds, and not just from capital, but private funding, grant funding, any other funding, or coming back next year with another CPC.
Might be more realistic.
Like
It takes
some
a
of
few
these
years to
that have
get it.
been funded at, a couple $100,000 a year, like Peverly Park, that's come 3 times. So they've come before too, but more for the engineering and the design, et cetera, where Peverly has been for the actual construction of late. So we're trying to get a balance between being able to move projects forward. So let's just say instead of having more and more projects, but none of them actually make it through construction, trying to do multiples on ones that make it, that actually make it through, so people can, benefit from their tax dollars that have gone to, the CPC funds.
Cheryl, Andrews Park was listed as a project, but there's not a lot, it's, it was identified, but there was no request made.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to pull that back up. I did see that too, so I just assumed that were they not recommended for funding?
No,
or-
they pulled it out. I believe that's the one, sorry.
So Andrews Park themselves removed it?
Yeah, we didn't remove
They-
anything.
They removed it?
Yeah.
Because they weren't ready?
Yes, well, there was a question of getting the open space, or the recreation master plan done. My understanding was, I think it's coming back. I just think they pulled it out of this cycle. And I can get, that discussion was, that's what happened. It was pulled out by them. That's a joint application from Parks and Rec and Milton Soccer.
I think it's because Parks and Rec has their master plan that they're
Yeah,
trying
they
to work
didn't want to
on.
get too far ahead of themselves with that,
something
too
that
many
they-
Yeah.
projects. But I can, if there's more questions about it, I can.
No, I just
I
think
go
of-
back and look at
I
the,
think investing in projects that have an exponential benefit, the number of people, kids
Right.
that can benefit from an improvement at the park is different than the number of people that can benefit from some of the other.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that's something that, was talked about at the
consider, yeah.
committee too. Ones that look like they've got other sources of funding, that they look like the likelihood of them happening. That one of the things about other sources of funding and the folks who are advocating for the Wharf Parks, it helps us in seeking other sources of funding to have the town's support. We can, like
Like the
when,
Forbes House Museum.
yeah, they can get matching grants. So like when we funded, I think a couple of years ago, the restoration of the fencing at the observatory at Blue Hills, that they were able to leverage that to get a 50%. So if, let's say the project was 80,000, they got 40,000. If they didn't have our 40, they wouldn't have gotten the other 40, for example. So, and we've heard that the others, that like the private sector, at Wharf Park, people want to see that the town's committed to the project. So so there's a little bit of a, you give enough and then you can get. And one of the things that we've talked about is a lot of this is, well, Parks and Rec have come in as a town department seeking it, but a lot of the others are resident-led initiatives, and a lot of them don't have fundraising expertise and construction expertise like the playgrounds. I don't know if everybody knows, like the schools, the town don't pay for the playgrounds at the schools, and there's safety concerns at Tucker, for example. So it's like, it's surprising
Yeah,
that the
there's been safety-
CPCs went out.
Well, I was going to say, there's.
Towns don't
There's
pay
safe-
for the playgrounds?
So it's out of what, the school budget or
It's
what?
not out of the school budget, no.
There's been.
But it's out of some
There's just
town
no
budget.
There's just no budget.
They don't just go
I mean,
unmaintained.
that we, no, well.
So what is his name?
So
I
Cunningham,
think it's Tom McCarthy.
Collycott, Glover,
Um,
and now Tucker have all
facilities?
had renovations funded by CPC and PTO. PTOs
I was
have
going to
raised
say
money.
it's PTO. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
usually
Yeah,
PTO.
but that's just because the town's out of money. It's not because they don't maintain that. They don't just blow off the.
No, it's not that they don't
Right.
maintain it, but
So
like to do.
you're raising the money quicker than the town could, is what's happening.
Well, they're coming in for, we just received the applications, right? And we've been fortunate to be able to fund most of what comes in. There's been times when it's not, like last year, we couldn't fully fund everything at the levels that they asked. So we asked them, can you go back and think about it? Like, you'll notice, well, I don't think this spreadsheet had yes, it does, the original application, and then there's an adjusted amount, because between their first submission in the spring and their next submission in the fall, they've gone back and done a little more work. So if you know anybody who's interested in any of these categories who wants to apply, I will say that the funding deadline, the eligibility application deadline, I think, is being set for May 29th. There is information on the town website, and we're hoping to get some staff support back, since the committee has funding for the staff support. So it would help make it, somebody be available if questions, come up about the application.
So when I went back, I'm fully supportive of Wharf Park. I wrote a letter in support of it. But I rewatched your CPC meeting, and I didn't know this, that I didn't know that CPC could go out and bond things on their own.
No, it's not.
It's
It's
new.
through town meeting.
I know, yeah,
It's
it's
two-third vote at
correct.
town meeting.
It's a new
Correct.
process.
Correct, yes. So, when you go out for a bond, and I know it's a different process than the capital process. The capital process is a different bonding. CPC is another bonding, and they do not affect each other. That's what I understood it as. And my question, though, is it a good policy for the town to go out and take on more debt when, like, I'm on the budget committee, and right now we're dealing with FY27, and there's a shortage of money. So my concern is a bigger picture for the whole town. Is it a good time to go out and take on more debt when we can't even, make our operating budget? Is that a good policy?
So,
And that's a bigger question,
Yeah.
and it's not really for here, but that is my concern when I heard this policy being talked about at CPC, and I never had heard about that. And that was just my concern. And I love the idea of Wharf Park, and I don't mean to be picking on Wharf Park because I think it's a great project. But their total estimate budget is 1.7. And so CPC is going out to bond 750 of it, and it's probably a 15-year loan. And so they're going to have to raise another $1 million at minimum. So how long will it take for them to raise that other $1 million? And are those funds that we are committing to Wharf Park kind of just being not utilized for, to your point about Andrews Park, when we hear that there is a shortage of fields and fields need to be maintained better than what they're being because our kids don't have a place to play. So that's just was my concern when I heard about this policy. And I'm not picking on Wharf Park. I really support it. I think it's great. But I'm just nervous about that policy.
So I'm just going to, I'm not an expert on the eligibility piece, I've been learning.
Yeah.
But my understanding is it's not the intent of CPC to be a substitute for town funding for maintenance of, for example, of fields. So, you know, there's, that's where eligibility questions, you know, are raised at the beginning. Is this eligible? And others who have more experience with the eligibility piece have weighed in on some. But it's not supposed to take over what normally should be in the Parks and Recs budget, for example. Then on the bonding side, I raised a lot of, I don't know if you did watch it, you heard I
yes,
raised a lot
you
of
did.
questions
Yes,
about
yep.
just these very things
Yep.
because I wanted to make sure I understood, you know, because if anyone's paying attention, we know that we just had an override, and now we know we have a budget
Yeah.
challenge. In hearing, and not just this last one, but at our meeting before, we had more people at that meeting. The president of the HOA at 88 Wharf, we had other business owners and others, contractors who are committing to help with Wharf Park if the town's going to show commitment. So we felt like it was, that support would be there, and it wouldn't be that a project that couldn't get over the finish line, it just needed this bit of a boost. So, you know, that maybe the December and November meeting, Meg, if you want to watch that
Yeah,
one
I
too.
didn't go by. Yeah, I've missed a few.
But I think there will be a robust discussion at town meeting about this, and probably, you know, at the warrant committee. But Joanna McCarthy, the town treasurer, was there, and she said that it, you know, at this amount, well, first of all, as I said, the payment of it comes out of CPC funds, so it's not out of the general fund. And then it doesn't affect the rest of the bond limit, you know, amounts that we go out to bond for other needs. Because and then also on whether it needed to be used right away, I asked that question too, can it just be authorized? And she said it can just be authorized. They're going to be going out to the bond market in August to September, and I said, what if this project does not have all the funding then? And so you heard, if you saw that conversation, well, it doesn't have to be included in that, but the authorization would be there. Let's say they raise the money by next year, or then it could go out and get by itself, but then the fees would be more expensive. You probably heard too, I asked how often do they go to the bond market then if it didn't get bundled into this one, and she said like every 2 years.
Yeah.
So it shows support for the project to support the authorization. It's not funding the whole thing. They still have more work to do. And so the committee, you know, it was one abstention and the rest were all in support.
Yeah, and
So
again, I'm fully support of the project long term, but also my understanding is the next year CPC will have, if they go out for this bonding, they'll have this much less next year in their budget, so they'll be able to fund less next year.
it'll be, right, and
Because,
that'll
so
be
there,
one of the items that gets funded next year
Yeah.
for 15,
so
10
there are
to 15
fewer
years.
Is the
things.
debt,
I
right?
imagine it's
just-
the debt service they're
Yeah.
going to pay.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah,
thing.
yes.
It's not going to be
So
750
it's 50, I think
or
it's about
1.7. It's going to
50.
be a fraction.
Yeah.
It'll be a small
yeah,
amount. I
yeah.
mean, we'll be paying debt service on that particular project for
15,
20 years.
yeah,
So
15
no,
years,
it's
they
10 to
say.
15, and the committee doesn't, and town meeting doesn't get to decide whether it's 10 or 15. I said, well, it comes out of the committee's budget, or, you know, but, not the committees, but what the committee recommends. But if it's 15 years, it was estimated to be $70,000 to $80,000 if you did it at a constant rate, and 80,000 declining down to 52,000 if you did it at a declining rate. And then if you did 10 years, it was estimated to be 96,000 a year. So
96,000 a year?
yeah, if it's a 10-year term. Joanna thinks that they're going to be in the 4 to 4.5% interest rate. She said you don't actually borrow on it until the project's ready. So that's why I said the authorization is one thing, the borrowing act, the
Just like a
actual
college
borrowing
loan.
is another.
You know, I know this is the real cost of the project is not the number that's on the screen.
Right,
Not,
right.
not if you're securing a bond to pay for it.
Right.
Yeah, and it's a nice to have, and if you finance it, it just gets expensive.
And that, it's funny, because you use the nice to haves, because
that's
that's what the
exactly what it
budget,
is.
someone in the budget committee said that, well, we have to review our nice to haves.
Yeah.
So that's just my, again, I only listened to that today because I was like, oh, Cheryl's going to report, I better listen to the last meeting. And I haven't had enough time to process the whole bonding issue. It just sent up a red flag in my brain that, oh, we're going out for more debt.
If you want to have,
When
was a
we
meeting
don't
where we-
have the money to do what we're doing
And
today.
if we're going to go out for more debt, we should put it towards something that, like capital, there's so many things that
well, you can't
preventive
use this money
maintenance.
for those
Yeah,
projects.
Yeah.
But I'm saying if we're going to get debt, if we're going to go into debt,
But
let's,
the
I
point is,
understand that you can't.
it's a dedicated source of funding to pay this debt. You can't commingle them.
I'm not saying take
that
your
way,
money.
yeah.
I'm saying don't do that and incur debt somewhere else and save a building that's falling apart or buy something that we really need. Once again, the operational versus sort of the political expenditures. The nice to haves versus what you really need.
Well, this,
That's I think. I mean, that's as a fiscal conservatively responsible guy. That's what I would do. But I get it. Parks are nice and people like them. But if
But
you're going to
you-
fund a
this
park, I
money
like
has to
Sean's
be
idea
used-
where you actually fund something that more people use. But
this money has to be used for historic preservation, affordable housing, and open space and recreation. It can't
Okay.
be used on other things that might be necessities. These are the only things it can be used for, and it can only be used for things that the applications actually come in for.
Yeah, so
And so
that's-
we
yeah.
don't have
Yeah, so-
any other applications for other things, then we're going to allocate it, or recommend the allocation to the things which people do care about. Quality of life also is, I understand, people will put different priorities on different things, but, so some people might think that the playgrounds at the schools have a higher priority than somebody who only is playing softball, for example. I'm not placing those priorities on it. We looked at each application, the opportunity we felt it had to get funding to succeed, to move forward, and the committee had good discussions about it on a number of meetings, and the committee made its recommendations, and town meeting will get to see what
Yeah,
they
so
agree.
that's,
get it, I
yes,
get it.
and that's my point, like, I like the park,
Yeah.
and it all comes down to priorities. So I really like that. I've been part of the farmers market since it first opened, 25 years ago. So I like it. But is it in this particular moment in time, is it our main priority? Is it the best priority? Is there not another need out there? And again, I don't know that either. And so I'm just
I
wondering.
think they can only look at the applications that they
Yeah,
have to
yeah.
review. So
And
if
that's
Andrews
why I-
Park had come, if
Well, that's why I said,
save the money and wait for another application next year instead of incurring debt. I just would do a nice to have without debt personally. That's how I run my household, and that's what I would do. But it's all good.
It's like, it's like an awful lot of public budgets.
Yeah.
A lot of public budgeting and corporate in the private sector, they spend what they raise. And that it's not going to work. What you're trying to bring some reason and logic to is just not going to happen when you raise $1,019,000 and you commit $1,016,000. You're just using whatever you raise that year to whatever projects, right? You can.
well, what do you say to an applicant who comes in when following the requirements and the guidelines, and you say, we have funding, but we don't like your project. It's eligible, but we don't like it, so we're going to say we're going to put that money away for next year?
I'm not
I
saying
don't think
that.
people would think we're doing our job.
I'm not saying that, Cheryl. I'm saying don't finance it.
Yeah. Well,
Spend what you
you'll-
have
you-
in the bank.
yeah.
Don't go
Or
borrow
phase
an
the
extra.
project.
Now, would you say 90
Yes.
grand a year?
Yes.
Or phase the project. Sure,
You can
phase the
afford
project.
to do this much. I mean, that's, and if it was your own household and your own checkbook, that's what you'd be doing.
100%.
But, it's the reason it's going to be sensitive, and some people, it's a tax. It is
Right.
we have, once we pass this, we passed an additional 1% property tax. We're all paying for it.
And it used to be a 100% grant from the state, right? A match.
Match, used to
Now
be a
it's
match.
25%. That's great. It's good. Better than nothing, but that's not what I was sold
It
when
is-
I voted for
it's
the.
getting
Actually, I didn't vote for it, but
Well, projects I know our town could never afford to do, or never, especially historic preservation
Well,
projects.
Spalding Garden, I forgot to mention
Yeah,
Spalding
Spalding Garden, I was
Garden's
gonna mention
another
that.
one, but
But
People-
projects, yeah, and I'll just use the yacht club, the Milton Yacht Club with the lockup. That's going through, and that's why the Historical Commission hasn't put anything in, because we're waiting. The roof has been done. They're now doing the windows. They have to break it out in phases. But that yacht club is our oldest town-owned property, and it just has been falling into disrepair. And
I think plenty of people support what's been happening and the projects that are being done.
Yeah.
I think the point that's being made, though, is we're borrowing.
Borrowing is
Because
what
we
you're
don't
saying.
have enough in an annual,
Yes.
annual funding to be able to accomplish it. That's it.
So-
No one's arguing with
That's all
it.
it
I
is.
think it's gonna be
That's all it
beautiful.
is.
Yeah.
I'm all for a lot of these projects,
Yeah.
because it's beautifying the town.
We have the money, so we should be using it
I know what you're
to fix the roof, if we have the money, to fix, to repoint, to redo a garden. I'm a huge proponent of shovel-ready projects, because I think you'll get more support of the whole CPA when people are excited to see a completed project.
You know, we put $375,000 into the Affordable Housing Trust. That's, that money, maybe this particular year, you don't fund the Affordable Housing Trust and you fund Wharf Park, right? But because we funded everything else, we have to borrow if we want to do Wharf Park. It's priorities.
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you all for your comments, and thank you, Cheryl, for presenting that. I appreciate it. I think at this point, we can call the meeting. We've covered our articles for spring.
so for the budget that, I'm just being cognizant of, I would like it to make this a topic on the next meeting's agenda. That $50,000 that we have in this fiscal year, which is good through the end of June, I'd like to see that put to use if we have some things we can discuss. Like, if we have this budget shortfall, we've put codification and requests in for the last number of years, and it's gotten cut. So if we've got 50,000 that we're not spending, I'd rather use it now for the codification, because I don't trust that 40 is going to be there. And so I would like to have a discussion at our next meeting,
let's
so we
put
don't
that
get
on.
here and then all of a sudden that money's just going to free cash and we haven't really put it to use.
But we do have to do our housing production plan, and if that doesn't get funded, I think we need to fund
If we
that.
can do, if that's the case, then I'm okay with that too. I just don't want to
Yeah.
send 50 back when we know there's things that need to
Absolutely,
be
no.
done.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll put that on the next item.
Yeah, and that was sort of my message, was I don't want, town spending issues to become our zoning issues.
Or our budget,
So,
yeah. 'cause
yeah,
it's-
in our budget.
Recodification is important to them. Should be important to all.
we should see
all
that
departments. Yeah, hopefully that'll find its way into the budget. So we could do, because we have some things that are really important to do.
Hopefully there's some, hopefully the price on finishing the open space plan
Yeah.
comes back reasonable and doesn't eat half the
That'll
budget.
enable us to get other grants too.
And the other
so-
thing on that money that we talked about before was the economic,
Yeah, the townwide.
townwide economic development study
I like
that
that one. That was a cool one.
the grant funding was lost for. If some of our money is needed for that, getting things done, like we talked about. I just feel like if we have a month and then a meeting goes by, we have another month, and then
No, we've
time
been-
is done before we know it, and the money.
And we've been waiting. Liz has
We
been,
already have
waiting.
a scope for the housing production plan, so it's literally just which pot of money is gonna pay for it. So
We've asked the Affordable Housing
that should be really straightforward to get that under contract. The open space and recreation is already under contract, so that would be a change order. And I gave a pretty detailed phase one scope to Nick for KP for the recodification.
Okay.
So we should be ready to go, like, with enough time in this fiscal year to use all that money.
Thank you.
yeah, for sure. All right, is there a motion to adjourn? Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good evening, thank you.